powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
You deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
So guys, I'm here for a staycation with two beautiful ladies. Girl. Say hello to Rochelle. What are we getting?
So we're getting some chicken because I'm making jerk chicken. Okay.
We were told the place comes with a chef, so we had to go grocery shopping. After 2 hours drive from Accra, we finally arrived at the Hyacinth Women, which is located in my favorite region, the Volta region, in a town called Women. How do you feel, ladies? We are here!
Yeah, this is so exciting!
We made it!
Wow, I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
It just turned and boom, the house is there.
Yeah. The entire unit cost $1,200 and it can take up to 10 people. And it also comes with a private chef, so you don't have to worry about cooking. Guys, this place is really huge. Wow. Wow. So I'm going to start with the rooms because you know how much I'm a bedroom kind of person. So let's start with the rooms, then we see other places. Let's go. One thing I like about the place is the fact that everywhere is so airy. You get to see the hall. Have lots of beautiful painting. And this is my room. And the amazing part is the fact that it has a view of the river, the Volta River. And so it comes with a TV. I'm going to be spending a night with these beautiful ladies. Let's see the bathroom. I'm so excited. I've already settled in. As you can see, it's my bags, and this is the bathroom. So ta-da! Hi! That's how beautiful the bathroom looks. And the best part is the bathtub. Guys, just look at this. The Volta River. I mean, if you are someone if you're not a bathtub person, the good part is there's also a shower. I don't want to get wet, but yeah. So let's go to the natural Ghana girls room. Can I come in?
You can. Hello.
Hi, darling. So this is going to be her room. Give us a mini tour of your room.
Okay, right. I'm going to show you guys around very quickly. Okay, so this is my bed. So this is where I'm going to sleep for the night, right here. Okay, and then when I feel like it, I'll switch and then I'll sit right here as well.
Yeah, it swings.
Look at this. Yes, and then I have my balcony out here too, so I can overlook the pool, which is right here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at this bait shop. Hey, sexy.
Hey, sexy girl.
Hey.
She doesn't want to get wet because she's also creating content. And so, thank you so much for having me in your room. So guys, are you ready to see how the hall looks like? I mean, this is just the second room. They have lots of room. And the fact that there are like paintings everywhere. And this is a space for like your workstation. If you came to work, you can. Let's see the other room. So this is the third room upstairs. It also comes with a TV. This room comes with a double bed, so 4 people can sleep here. And it also has a fan. And I really like the racks in each room. This is really cool. Look at this. And it also has a beautiful view from the balcony. Look at the boats riding ahead. And this is how it looks from the outside. The bathroom. It also has a shower and a twin sink. And oh, it has a walk-in closet, guys. Wow. I'm definitely having a walk-in closet in my future room, which is going to be in Ebri, because I've always said in my YouTube videos that I really want to own a house in Ebri. I really love Ebri and the fact that it has good weather. So this is also very beautiful, and this is what you get. This is the next room. So this is how it looks like. This is actually a very small room. This is the smallest room here. This is how it looks like. Then you have like the guest washroom. And this is the best part of the house. This is the kitchen. So this is the fridge. This is how it looks like. So when we were coming, we did some shopping, and these are the things we got. The chef is going to prepare us something nice, and I think they have like wine for their guests, and so you guys know I'm like, I always like anything water is my favorite. Say hello to Rochelle. She's already chilling, and I mean, this is behind the scenes. This is behind the scenes. Guys, it's really pretty. The house is really huge, very big. The rooms are very spacious. The entire building is like well crafted, and it can accommodate 10 people. And so I mean, it's better to come here with a lot of friends, because that's the only way you're going to really enjoy the place that much. We are only 3 here, and we have the entire house. This is how the entire house looks like, and we have the entire house to ourselves. And so if you also want a boat ride, they have like a yacht that can take you on a ride, which is 700 cedis per boat ride. And so as many people as can join. If you are 3 and you're splitting, 700 is still a lot, but if you're in a group, I think 700 is just cool. So this is how it looks like from here, and they don't encourage swimming here. So as you can see, here is not for swimming, it's just to enjoy the view, and I mean, to take beautiful pictures. This is a short tour of the place. I hope you enjoyed how the house looks like. Which is your favorite part of this house? Let me know. My favorite is the room and the pool area. What would you say is your favorite? Do you like the hall? Do you like the kitchen? Do you like the rooms? Let me know in the comment section. So now that we've seen the place, guys, let me enjoy the place. Let me soak some energy. Let me swim with the girls. and let's see how it goes. You know, I cannot go without you. You are coming along, and so I'm going to quickly change up, and then we are going to swim. From swimming, we have maybe dinner or something. Oh, guys, I forgot to show you. This is the cinema room. You see, the house is so big, I totally forgot. This is how it looks. So it's almost dinner, and Rochelle is preparing what's it called?
Well, I'm supervising the preparation of Jamaican jerk chicken, okay?
So meet our chef. What's your name?
My name is Maxwell.
Maxwell. So Maxwell is preparing us the jollof, and the chicken is already in the oven. Oh, it looks good already. So guys, I'm all dressed up, ready to go dip myself in the pool.
Whoa! Costume! Oh my God. Turn around so we can see it. Wow, damn girl.
Wow.
Damn girl.
Oh, the water is so warm.
Oh wow.
So guys, dinner is set. We have here our jollof, our jerk chicken, and oh, look at this, this is so nice. And our salad. Yeah. Are you ladies ready?
Oh my gosh, I was born ready. ready. It's like we're ready.
Ready to eat. You ready to eat. Thank you so much, Maxwell.
Oh, Maxwell, thank you.
Atasia. I'm going to be trying Maxwell's jollof.
Maxwell's jollof. Make it so personal.
This is good.
Not too hot.
The chicken is good.
Hey, you did not eat at your house. I have to choose. You did not eat before you left that.
I think because of the swimming, I feel very hungry and tired. You know when the food is good, you go for another. You guys are invited. Let's satisfy this food. Jesus. Amen.
You want roasted chicken?
So this was given to me by Tumelo. If you're watching this video, thank you. I'm now having a wine. In fact, we are having a wine. Cheers!
Wow.
You're not ninja.
So guys, we just started playing Owari, and Rochelle already is winning.
Tells you
and
Ghanaian.
I am like, I don't understand.
I got 2 of your houses. You showed me how to play, but I'm not sure if you know how to play.
Can you imagine, guys? So yeah, if you don't know what this game is, it's locally called Owari. You can use seeds, you can use beets, as I did because I lost some of the seeds, or you can use pumpkin or stones, any of them. So yeah, this is how it looks. It's 9 holes in all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 holes in all. It can be played 2 people, 3 people. Yeah, two or 3 people.
Right. But not really 6.
Not really 6.
But you could, but just be really short.
So this is how it looks at night.
Four hours later.
Good morning. So guys, for my bathtub, I will recommend you get Himalayan salt, which I used. This is how it looks. You just sprinkle a little in your water, voila, my bath is ready with an amazing view of the Volta River. Good morning, Maxwell. How are you?
I'm fine.
So Maxwell is preparing our breakfast, as you can see. Oh, this looks so good. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Can't wait to have breakfast. The ladies are ready. Della is outside taking pictures. Rochelle is also up there taking videos. So yeah, that's the update. How are you doing this morning? I'm doing well. I had a good night. The bed was so comfortable, and guys, like waking up to a beautiful view like this, it's really good. Good morning. Breakfast is ready, and I'm having some sausages, eggs, juice, water, tea. Hi, Della. Hello. So Della and I are having breakfast. Rochelle says she doesn't do breakfast, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't do breakfast, so
I don't really do breakfast, but I'm gonna give it a little try. Just to so early.
She's shouting up there. You are all invited. We sanctify this food in Jesus' name. Amen.
So in Ghana, this is what they call sausage, but we don't call this sausage. We call this hot dog. So
She doesn't eat
this is not
hot
sausage.
dogs, but we call it sausage. So I'm going to enjoy all on her behalf because I like it.
Enjoy.
We are back again, Charlie. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video with this beautiful ladies. And since I came with them, we are here to talk about our entire state. What do you think about the place and everything?
I love it. It's a beautiful
Absolutely
place.
love it. It's a massive
Like
house.
the
Beautiful.
scenery is so great.
Yeah.
It's definitely a nice place to
There's,
come.
there's actually too many places to take pictures.
Oh,
too many.
Guys, if you're not following us on Instagram, I'll share our links.
Yeah.
Go to Instagram, follow all of us, and then see
what
the
we've
amazing videos and pictures we created.
Yeah, for sure.
I love
It's a
it.
nice family
I'm
place.
coming.
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Okay, so let's talk about the place, breakfast, dinner, experience.
Yeah. Well, the chef is great. Super handy, right?
The jollof was really
After
good.
taking your photos, bringing in your stuff, you have to think about cooking. So it was amazing to have
someone on
to
site
cook
to
for
do
you.
it.
We
Exactly.
have breakfast too. Yeah.
It was a real treat to have someone else cook because I'm tired of cooking.
Oh,
I'm tired, so you know what I'm saying. Like,
don't want to see a stove.
Imagine. So the experience was good. The pool area was my favorite. What was your
it's
favorite?
beautiful.
oh,
I like the scenery. I like opening my window and looking out. Look at the water. Show them again. Like that is what we get to see when we wake up.
That's
That's
beautiful lake.
So beautiful. It's so inspiring, you know?
Yeah.
definitely. For me, I definitely love the scenery as well. But I really liked the jazz room. I didn't spend a lot of time in it. Well, I'm calling it the jazz room. I just love the creativity of it. Like you open the door and you hear all this jazz music and you get the photos on the wall.
We didn't even get the chance to watch a movie. Can you imagine?
I know.
Work.
Yeah. So the experience was good here. I loved every bit of everything.
Yeah.
I feel like this place is. I mean, it takes 10 people, 10 or more people, right?
Yeah.
So the three of us were like, we couldn't get enough because the place was too
We
big.
couldn't even stretch out enough to fill the place.
So if you're organizing a party, I think this is the best place to organize your party because you're like far away from home and it's fun.
Yeah.
We had fun, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
So you're going back to Accra. Thank you so much, ladies.
Back to Accra.
Until next time on my YouTube video, I love you all. Do all to subscribe to their YouTube channels because they're doing amazing. Until next time on my YouTube channel, let me blow you a kiss. Mwah.
Ebra President, Edwase. Share where she can tampo I him free. A day the perfect say, Nana, or your say, dear, your now can be a udiso. Obeba Bamu, okay. So a mamono or the ahim for Ebeka home. Yet was so by ya, ahim for a car. We give it to me.
Excellency, since I became the president of Prime Traditional Council and the paramount chief of the Prime Traditional Area about 56 years ago, I have never seen such massive development like I have witnessed during your time. Mr. President, one other government program that we are delighted about is the One District, One Factory. Pro West District is a proud host of a gigantic starch processing factory. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, for your remarkable and inspired leadership shown in the combat against the deadly COVID-19 pandemic.
Yare by me Husania me mienu kwasi afaso we become self-reliant, focusing in our healthcare, having access to healthcare for everybody. Nothing so no. Vaccine. I may yes vaccine wa brofo. If you say or bibium and say banasa. Say sa nyanse who a time Ebola no buy anke ABN they buy number 2 years. Next time, number 2 years, we're going to produce vaccines here in Ghana under Ghanaian leadership.
Your first time, or the better main see with the programs are Hodro and Bear. Bini free SHS, Yena Ghana for Bianim Amateur Mamai, so Biakan. Yeah, planting for food and jobs. So a boy, Juma Nina, Moa, Ayama, and himself. Nema bebre nema penny edit to akwemu e ka ho be nema ne san be fra konwa no biewa ni second term no wasen abai sese de ne ode ba no kra no e ye adutwam Ghana case yesen afra no obatampa COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization of enterprises. Sa program no mampani ya hunu se wa yisika be yes $100 billion ya odi asi ho no ma ankra enyumako small medium scale enterprises ɔde bɛhyɛ mu kena de ata mo gyina bia adwuma atumpɔn ɛno a mo no so yɛwɔ credit guarantee scheme a ɛsan wɔ mu a ɛbɛma watumi anya bɔsia wɔ bank a wode ayɛ wo nnwuma
ɛnsɛkyɛkyimanfoɔ onyankopɔn ahyɛ na ɛyi nipa titiri ama mo na ahemfo no nyinaa sɛbesɛbesɛbe ɛna sɛ anaka wɔne te ase tumi ka bi ɛti yɛmahu sɛ kyɛkyima ade onyankopɔn ahyɛ no ahyira mo moanya onipa na dwe mu adɔ ɛkɔ akyire paa ɛte deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ Ghana sɛ ba bɛboa ma nneɛma akɔ so nti ɛbaeɛ a na ɛba ne nsrɛ mu ne ma ba bɛtie nso sɛm a ɛkɔ so wɔ ha ne ahwɛ kwan a yɛbɛtumi ayɛ adwuma ama
Nim say was castle by idea oyo and I'm say yepe e okọ 2016 so oba be Kitaga na Frank abedi anim no o she we nyina abo say oba or the free SHS beba I'm say na imu bi feel say oba agese bi a odi be mfie mienu ana miensa ansa watimi aye and so omampanyi betra akonya so no 2017 na September na no start here. I don't like kukudu for na honorable kind no. Now uba get fund project wa. I'm saying na no me ya 2 na mo ahwe. Dwumadi a omampanyi ba e wadi. Ebi kura wo ha bi hu ye na emwanwa. Ukọ Nkransa senior high here. Your dining hall through the get fund no. Any assembly hall a wesi. Your 2 unit girls dormitory block. 12 unit classroom block. 16 3-unit classroom block. Ena uko Nkransa Norfa. Wamaye Nkransa ye free second senior high school. Baya my car. Wamaye Nkunya. 3-unit classroom Nkransa heya oba proso. Bra ho Methodist school. Ene Nkransa preparatory B ni nyina ye eniema waye wo ha say for education ho. Owampanyi em say eba Helter Oni Abro Oko Nkransa Norfa Your 3-unit observation ward with 6-seater toilet facilities awayamaye Oko Osan ward 2-bedroom semi-detached nurses quarters mechanized maternity ewo Bomre Chip compound ebebre tomu ibi oho nurses quarters ewo Timiabu maternity block ewo Roman Kese ambulance de Ghana ha nyina obi anya bi na afi yesafa akwanya iso adana se wo agenda 111 no that is or the Nkransa North aka ho enche yeso ebenya hospital on Nkransa North
Nana Kwame Boafo the 4th Kranzamahe ni nananom na hemanum se afi asembie ni Kranzama ye ho adwuma nse ba o mi kwambia ase se nya kopo se be ba ne sa maso ndwenso echimi ba Nkransa me da se so wo ma ye kwanse nyame sha
even calls for the resignation of Ghana's Health Minister, Kweku Agyeman-Manu, over the Sputnik V vaccine saga. Do you think that the Health Minister must go for lying under oath, and why?
Once a whole minister, once you lie, you have to step down. That is all. Once you lie, whether you are a good minister or not, once you lie to the whole nation, you have to step down. You see, you have to step down for, someone to step in and then find out whether then they should change you into a different ministry. But once you lie, if you go to Europe, UK, America, Holland, Germany, once you lie, you yourself, you have to step down. Once you lie, you have lied to the people. Unless you have to come out into public and apologize to the public. Then the public will forgive you. But not the head of state. No. Even the prime minister, even what do you call it? The head of state cannot appoint you that, once you lie, you should. No, you yourself, you have to apologize. If you apologize and the Ghanaians accept it, that's fine.
Let's look at the backside of issue, whether it's intentional, what he said is intentional. But we are praying that though we shouldn't ask him to just resign because of what he said, but in other aspects, so he has done a lot for the health ministry and all that. So let's give him a chance. We are humans, we can make our mistakes and all that. So looking at God's side too, when we saying, when you come back, if you realize that what he said, though I have come back to my people, though I said that, but I'm sorry, I am sorry. We understand, and let him come back and then continue.
It's hard time we speak the truth, nothing but the truth. If you had not come out with this, nobody knew. Who know what actually is going on. But now that it has come out, he should go home. Although he's not the only Ghanaian. He should try another person, we see.
What Ghanaians have seen on every elderly person on the stool, if they talk about it, I'm sure what they have seen is what they are saying. But to me, we should give him the second time. Because somebody may do something and what do I say? Sorry for what he has done. And the next time, I know he may change his character.
Whereas some are calling for the head of the health minister, Kweku Agyeman-Manu, others are of the view that he deserves a second chance. For more news on this and more, visit our website at www.GhanaWeb.com. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. President Akufo-Addo has stated that an MPP presidential candidate will win election 2024. He argued that the MPP has the nation and people's interests at heart. Do you think that the MPP are better managers of the economy and deserve a third chance come 2024? Let's get talking.
We are rather going back. If they are saying that they are doing better management, a salt, he can't praise himself. Someone will praise you, not you self, you will praise yourself. So me, their management, me, I didn't see is something encourage me particular. About about 5 years now, no worker in Ghana do increase their pay, but petrol is increasing. How the person is going to succeed? Everything is going on, but salary is not going on.
For now, I'm not really seeing anything, any improvement. I'm not really seeing anything because there's been a lot of difficulties. Like, things are increasing, prices are increasing, people are still suffering. I'm not really seeing any improvement. So it depends on what they do before their term ends, before maybe people will maybe accept them into power. Because what is really happening right now is that it's when their term is ending, that is when they actually do things to impress people, then they actually vote for them. So it depends. But for me, personally, they can do whatever they want to do, but they should think about themselves, think about their families. They should think about what if I was or someone else was their daughter or was their mother or was their father suffering like that. It wouldn't be easy. The money they are spending like that, someone can't even gain 50 pesos a day, 1 cedi a day. It's not easy like that. So they should actually help other people rather than just spending money just like that and using it for unnecessary things like that.
He should make sure he satisfies us. If he demands the mandate, then we put him to power. If not, then he should count himself out. He changed for the better. We are suffering. Ghanaians are suffering. We are suffering. 20 cities, when you take 20 cities, you cannot take you the whole day. So how much do we earn? We should do something about the pay.
When they came to power, initially the economy was okay and there were things going on right. They came, we thought it would go on the way it was, at least I think continuing whatever the other presidents have done, so that they can move on to the next level with whatever they also have in mind. But looking at things, when they came into power, things have been a little much difficult.
They have not managed the country. What he promises from the beginning, that we give the trust in him, that trust has failed us. So to me, children are going, walking up and down, no job, and what not. Always, when they say nurses allowance, teachers allowance, is that the only thing for the country? People need more job. People wanted to enter into some other sectors and work, and not always one. How do you call it? Nurses. What not. To me, no. He better speed up, change things, and not always one way. The one way is too much.
So you heard the voices of many Ghanaians right from the capital of Accra. Come 2024, Ghanaians will decide whether the MPP deserves a third term in office or not. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
In Abbas's arguments, take the truths in my arguments, put them together and put it before the Ghanaian public and say what Abbas said in this respect is correct. What Mustafa said in this perspective is correct. What Mustafa said here is wrong. What Abbas said here is wrong. That is the only way the public can judge, especially in a polarized environment like the Ghanaian environment, where everything is an NDC and an MPP matter. The issue of petroleum pricing should not be an NDC and an MPP matter, because petroleum pricing basically drives drives the economy, drives agriculture, drives the markets, drives productivity in workplaces, and so on and so forth. Everybody thrives on petroleum. And so an educated journalism fraternity on petroleum pricing mechanisms in a deregulated environment is very critical for the survival of our nation, for the peace of our nation, and that would help you to become truly independent arbiters in our matter. So the ultimate goal of this workshop, therefore, is to ensure that the general public is well informed on these issues of petroleum prices. Send it now to be, if you want, a regular feature of our relationship, where it's not just about pricing. I'm sure in the next few months we bring you together and talk to you, and let anti-SS department also talk to you about inspections. What goes into NPA's work as far as authorizing people to establish service stations or filling stations is concerned? What do we do? How do we ensure that the fuel that you buy is clean, meets standards, and so on? All of these matters are matters that the public has a right to know, especially in an era of freedom of information. You know, but in my understanding of the whole business of freedom of information is not that people must demand the information. In my opinion, the onus also lies on people who have information to also willingly and readily make that information available to the public. And I intend, under my leadership at the NPA, to ensure that henceforth the interaction between the NPA and the public through the media becomes a constant feature, so that the entire gamut of our activities and our operations here is very well known to the Ghanaian people.
Casey that has returned in court and on the bench, and his relations with lawyers and all. These are virtues that these days hardly find in some charges, but including all of this. And I think that his judgment was very solid. I profited from his sense of fairness and wisdom. There are two backup applications that we participated upon, and we actually delivered the judgment of the Supreme Court. I can refer to the case of public versus the Gregory Afoko versus Attenborough. And of course, the person was seeking to unnecessarily detail the powers of the Attenborough to enter the public prosecution as lawyer for the Attenborough at the time with the deputy Attenborough as I was presented the Attenborough. That meeting was excellent. Then also the famous extreme matter. Public versus High Court trials pertaining to Attenborough, matter which led to the revocation of claim violation that had been unjustifiably granted in favor of a company protesting the sense of fairness shown through delivered the judgments that preserved the mineral resources of the nation. So in a way, it has actually contributed to a preservation of the nation's resources. And you also remember that. And that was a judgment that I'm sure will stand the test of time. We went to review the Supreme Court not accept.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Once our friends from the station of the nation, they give us the green light. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, you don't sound excited at all. Good morning. And thanks for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for a quick brief this Wednesday morning. This morning we are joined by the Ghana Maritime Authority. And they have some 3 big announcements that they want to share with us. And we believe that through you, the good people of the Republic of Ghana will be acquainted with these 3 big stories. Now, I'm sure that for those of you who've been in journalism and the public discourse for about at least a decade now, like my colleague Abuchi at the back there, you would recall that one of the biggest stories that we used to report a few years ago, that boat capsizes on Volta Lake, tree stumps responsible. I'm sure you remember those stories, that they are looking for 10 people or 12 people or 14 people because a boat has capsized on the Volta Lake as a result of tree stumps. And I even recall my days in journalism. The question we keep asking is, so what are the authorities doing to improve the situation? The Ghana Maritime Authority has a big announcement on that this morning. They have, in recent times, removed as many as 20 on the lake, and they'll give us some details on that this morning. I think it's a very significant activity that goes to fixing many of the challenges around us, and they'll have an opportunity to speak to it. A few weeks ago, when you joined us for our press briefing, I drew your attention to the fact that one of the major threats we were dealing with as a country was the question of pirates in the Gulf of Guinea. And I recall, I think it was GNA or one of our colleagues on this right side who was asking, so what are we doing about our ability to patrol our water bodies to ward off these pirates? Because the statistics suggested that, or the statistics suggest that some of the most dire piracy activities are happening within our waters. This morning as well, the Ghana Maritime Authority has a big announcement on some significant investment that is being made to ensure that the incidents of piracy, particularly in the Gulf of Guinea, are dealt with. And then there's a third question of sanitation and enhancing livelihood along the fishing communities in our country that the authority responsible for our maritime space has been dealing with. They'll make an announcement on that this morning. These briefs will be given to us by Mr. Thomas Alonsi, who is the Director General. Mr. Alonsi, thank you for joining us, and please do join us at the podium on the right. While he takes his place, I also want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Daniel Apienin, Deputy Director General, Mr. Yao Akosa Enchi, Deputy Director General, Captain Inusa Abdul Nasir, Director Technical, Captain Emmanuel Kofi Ankama, Deputy Director, Ship Inspections and Maritime Security, Nana Kwabena Boachibuampong, Acting Director, Maritime Services, Captain William Thompson, Deputy Director, Inspections and Surveys, and Dr. Richard Latte, Deputy Director, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And when Mr. Alonsi is done, I'll draw your attention to a quick audiovisual production that will be on the screens. Mr. Alonsi, good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister for Information, colleagues from the Ghana Maritime Authority, the staff of the ministry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the Inky fraternity, we bring you greetings from the Ghana Maritime Authority. First and foremost, we want to thank the Minister for Information for providing the authority with this awesome platform to showcase what the authority was set up to do. That is what our mandate is, and then to outline a few of the things that we have been able to do as an authority in the execution of our mandate. Having said that, can we have the slides? It's not working. Okay. Yeah, so the Ghana Maritime Authority, by way of introduction, the outline will take the form of an introduction, then we'll deal a little bit with the mandate, then we'll focus on the reason why we are here, which is to tell the country some of the key things we have done, and we are to dwell on 3 main projects, and then we draw a curtain on our presentation by way of our conclusion. So to begin with, the Ghana Maritime Authority was established by an Act of Parliament, 2002, Act 630. We are charged with the responsibility of regulating, monitoring, and coordinating activities in the maritime industry. Our mandate includes the following: to provide maritime safety administration, to ensure maritime security administration, to provide marine environment protection, and the regulation of our inland waterways transportation. We are also to ensure the training, certification, and welfare of Ghanaian seafarers, among others. In terms of the mandate, at 630, the Ghana Maritime Authority Act mandates the authority to pursue the ratification or accession and implementation of international conventions. Now, through these ratifications, the ratification of these treaties or conventions, we are able to perform our port state inspections, and we are also able to execute our flag state obligations. Now, when I talk about port state inspections, the authority has the mandate to ensure that all ships, foreign ships that call into our ports, are inspected. So it is our mandate to do that. And we do this to ensure that these ships comply with provisions of international marine instruments. We are also mandated to inspect terminals within our waters, offshore terminals within our waters. Now, with regards to our function or mandate when it comes to executing flag state obligations, under the Shipping Acts, we are supposed to register, or we are mandated to register all Ghanaian ships and to keep a ship register of same. Now, the keeping of this ship register enables us to perform our flag state responsibilities by ensuring that all these ships that are registered, 1, are seaworthy, and 2, that they comply with applicable international rules and regulations. Another mandate of the authority is maritime security administration. And under this, the authority is charged with the responsibility of ensuring the safety and security of ships and port facilities. To achieve this, we categorize our maritime measures under the following measures. We have onshore measures and offshore measures. The onshore measures are largely legislative and administrative in character. And when I say legislative in character, what I simply mean is that we superintend over a number of legislative instruments, which are very useful instruments in the fight against maritime crime. And then when we are looking at the administrative aspect of it, various committees or bodies are put in place to help us ensure that we win the fight against maritime crime. So we have the National Maritime Security Committee and the Maritime Security Strategy, among others, in place. When we talk about the offshore measures, we are talking about physical patrols and using state-of-the-art electronic gadgets or equipment to also provide monitoring so that we know exactly what is happening along our maritime domain. Another critical function or mandate of the authority is that of inland waterways transportation. And under this, we are mandated by Section 2(2)(e) of the Ghana Maritime Authority Act to regulate activities and shipping in our inland waterways, and also to ensure that shipping on our inland waterways is safe. Over the years, we have also undertaken a number of accident investigations that have brought to the fore some of the causes of accidents on our lakes. And these include hazards to navigation posed by the presence of tree stumps. So now we can move to the next slide. What's this? Now, the major projects we are going to dwell on today are, one, the removal of tree stumps from our inland waterways, acquisition of patrol boats for purposes of surveillance, and then acquisition of trash skimmers and vessels. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, regarding the removal of tree stumps in our inland waterways, apart from the human element, i.e. incompetency, overloading, and drunkenness of boat operators, the main causes of accidents on the Volta Lake include the absence of defined safe navigational channels. The authority has therefore embarked on the removal of submerged tree stumps that constitute hazards to navigation. The main reason for removing these tree stumps is to create safe navigational channels in order to enhance safety of navigation. The authority has therefore selected some routes along the Volta Lake and undertaken this exercise of ensuring that we remove the tree stumps that I just spoke about. So in all, about 21,000 tree stumps from various routes on the Volta Lake have been removed between the years 2018 and 2020. So for the Dambai-Dodoikope route, about 2,200 tree stumps were removed. And the distance is about 2.5 kilometers. Then on the Yeji-Makango route, we have also, which is about 8 kilometers, we have done or removed about 3,550 tree stumps. On the Yeji-Awujakope route or channel, which is about 11 kilometers, 4,800 tree stumps have been removed. And the largest in terms of this exercise is the Tumpanja, Kodiokope, Dambai, and Injari channel, which is about 30 kilometers in all. And about 10,490 tree stumps have been removed from that channel. Now, the slide you have shows you, first and foremost, the situation as it was before the authority decided to embark on the exercise of removing the tree stumps. And then the situation after the tree stumps have been removed. And then the equipment that are deployed for the process of removing the tree stumps, you find a shack engaged in the removal of tree stump to the right, top right corner. Then the last one is a picture of some of the stamps that were removed as a result of the exercise. At the end of the day, we'll be showing you a video that shows the appreciation of the people along these channels after these exercises were undertaken. In terms of benefit, we have ensured the safety of navigation on the Volta Lake. Again, we have been able through this exercise to preserve some life and property. And we have also increased economic activity within the area. Why? Because in some of those places, whilst those of us in the cities have access to our business centers by roads, they have to go to wherever, whether it is the farm or to market centers, they have to use our water bodies. So this has enhanced their movement greatly. Then the acquisition of patrol boats. The Ghana Maritime Authority operates the Vessel Traffic Management Information System, which is an enhanced electronic surveillance system capable of monitoring the entire coast of Ghana, including the exclusive economic zone and the Volta Lake, using its integrated electronic detection and transmitting equipment. The establishment and operation of the VTMIS has increased the awareness of Ghana's maritime domain, and it's important to complement the operations of the electronic surveillance system with physical presence at sea by the operations of fast patrol boats within our anchorages, the territorial waters, and the oil fields in the exclusive economic zone. So so the picture you see now shows you some of the patrol boats. We have the Park Grant, with Corporal Atipo. Which one? Yes, we have the Park Grant, the Corporal Atipo, and then Odate Lanti. These are those that we could show, but there are others that we have not been able to show because of space. We have others created after the Kuno of Manya Krobo, Nenazuma Tekole, and then there's one that is also named after a chief in the northern sector of the country called Nab Ayeta Azantilo. These are all for patrol purposes. And then the next slide you see there shows how, together with some other stakeholders like the Navy, the Marine Police, and the Port Authority, we are able to embark on or conduct 24-hour surveillance within the ports and our anchorages and the territorial waters generally. Yes, next slide. Yes. Now, as the minister mentioned during his intro, piracy has become a topical issue within the sub-region. The Gulf of Guinea has earned an unenviable reputation of being a hotspot for piracy. And I'm sure you have also heard of some piracy activities that border on our own territorial waters that involve some fishing vessels. Now, to deal with this menace, the authority, together with other coastal states, have come together trying to find ways and means of curtailing the incidence of piracy within our territorial waters. One of the measures that have been put in place is the ECOWAS Maritime Security Architecture Stakeholders Meeting. We took place just about a few months ago in Cotonou. It was chaired by one of our own here from the Ghana Maritime Authority. Besides that, the authority has also engaged in a number of consultative meetings with the Naval Command with a view to finding common solutions to this problem of piracy. As part of our efforts to stem this tide as well, the Ghana Maritime Authority also held a meeting. The Ghana Maritime Authority and the Ghana Navy held a meeting with our Nigerian counterparts in Abuja about 2 months ago. And this meeting was actually at the behest of the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who had, before this meeting, had similar consultations with his counterpart in Nigeria, in the person of the President of Nigeria, General Buhari, Following that meeting, he mandated or he directed that the Chief of Naval Staff and myself also pay a visit to Abuja to have similar discussions with our counterparts there, so that together we fashion out ways of ensuring that this threat of piracy is stemmed or controlled. Again, as part of the efforts to ensure that we deal with these piracy incidents, we have realized that our laws, as they sit on the statute books now, are not adequate when it comes to prosecuting piracy crimes. Sections 193 and 194 of the Criminal Offences Act have a certain gaps in them. So the last time we apprehended some pirates, it became very difficult prosecuting them in the country because of the lacuna in the existing law. So what happened was that these pirates were taken to Nigeria to be dealt with there. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get anything meaningful out of that. And for any lawyer here, and as a lawyer myself, you know that it is very difficult if a law is not provided that deals with a crime. You can't be prosecuting somebody when you don't have the law to deal with him. So together at the authority, together with the AG's department, what we are seeking to do is to amend sections 193 and 194 to bring them in line with modern trends, so that when pirates are apprehended within our territorial waters, we could effectively deal with them. So this is the slide you are watching, shows the meeting we had with the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Naval Staff at the Military High Command in Bema Camp. With me is my deputy, Akosa. Then the next slide also shows the meeting that was held in Abuja, at which we reached some understanding between the two countries in terms of how to deal with the piracy menace. And then the last picture there shows the meeting that was held in Cotonou to fashion out strategies by coastal states to deal with the piracy threat. The next thing we'll be looking at is the acquisition of trash skimmers. The amounts of plastic litter in the marine environment is rapidly increasing and negatively affecting marine life, biodiversity, and human use of coastal and marine resources. There is large global concern and urgent need to develop concrete action plans to remove plastics and other marine debris from the ocean. It is for these reasons that the Ghana Maritime Authority, acting in accordance with the provisions of MAPOL Annex 5 and Chapter 6 of the Maritime Pollution Act, has acquired aquatic and trash skimmers to help address the plastic litter issues and marine debris in our waters. So the picture on the slide shows you the trash skimmers that we have just taken delivery of. They are just about being assembled so that they could be deployed to help us in executing the mandate of ensuring that we keep our oceans clean. In conclusion, we are poised to perform our regulatory function effectively. And in recent times, you'll recall that the Secretary General of the IMO, in the person of Mr. Kitak Lem, visited Ghana. And when he came around, he was full of commendation for the things that we are doing in this country to ensure that with the safety and security for shipping within our waters and to keep the oceans clean. Besides that, we have also put in place measures to ensure that the maritime domain is secure, safe, and free from marine source pollution, while ensuring an environment that promotes growth for national economic development. And we have a short video that will summarize all the things that we have just said. So if Mr. Honorable Minister, you would indulge us just about 3 minutes.
Published under Act 630 of 2002 and was charged with the high responsibility to monitor, regulate, and coordinate activities in the maritime industry in Ghana. These include mandatory tasks of ensuring safety of navigation, flag state and port responsibilities, maritime search and rescue, and regulates shipping activities, including the safety of navigation on inland waterways.
In line with this, the authority used part of its internally generated funds to remove tree stumps from the Volta Lake and the Oti River, which over the years have been the cause of boat accidents and unfortunate deaths of Ghanaians. More than 20,000 tree stumps on a number of routes with vast economic, social, and cultural importance have all been removed, paving the way for the people living in these areas to engage in meaningful economic activities and to commute safely. Between 2018 and 2019, the authority contracted the Kitikrachi Timber Recovery Limited for the removal of stumps on the 2.5-kilometer Dambai Dodoekope, 8-kilometer Yeji Mankango, and the 11-kilometer Yeji Awujakope routes. In 2019 and 2020, the Ghana Maritime Authority also paid for the removal of these dangerous stumps from the Dambai Injari 18 kilometers, Tumpunja Kudokope 5 kilometers, and Kudokope Dambai 7 kilometers. Opinion leaders, boat operators, and commuters have all praised the Ghana Maritime Authority for the removal of the stumps. The Chief of Injari, Nana Kweku Intemelesu I, expressed gratitude to the authority when members of the board and management of the GMA, led by the Director General, Thomas Kofi Alonsi, visited the area to assess the work done.
The mandate of the Ghana Maritime Authority, among others, includes ensuring that there is safety of navigation as far as inland waters, transportation on inland waters is concerned. That's why, realizing that these three stamps pose a serious risk to people who commute from the lake, we decided to come have them removed.
Local boat operator at Kudokope Tekikwesi said his business has improved significantly.
Particular bagia ya crossing, Panji crossing, omonya titumbia no, bagia ferry no, namno. Inti bagia ferry namno, ohona yena ya crossing free the Bekope for the mine. Ohona yena. But a binu si free villages. Omoba market no. Inti omono accident here it may happen because of Indiana. Omo bomu timbe nanti Indiana. But she say omo be Indiana wo insuno say nya accident case dia ewo Indiana mo titu dia ebe boy ye na you boat ye na musuno say najo ye adwuma but first na najo no navy for no mpane ma ye no okay I didn't try because of Indiana because at this time dia wo itina say wo but say no mo titu Indiana
When the trees are in the water for the previous years, it becomes difficult for canoes like this to travel. And even the fishing aspect at times become difficult for the farmers, I may say it, of course. Because at times they do have difficulties with their nets. Because if the net is being cast in the water, before they pull it out, they may either be contact with some of the trees. So by pulling it out, you see that the net will be torn, and they will find it a bit difficult to go home and now repair it before they will come back to their normal way. for now, as I may say, it makes the whole place very clear for traveling and other farming activities, because this is where we do our normal farming system on the water.
The Ghana Maritime Authority also procured from its own resources speedboats to help patrol Ghana's waters and conduct search and rescue in the country's exclusive economic zone. And this has made Ghana's ports and the maritime industry some of the most attractive on the continent. With these boats, the Ghana Maritime Authority undertakes night patrols on the seas to make sure that Ghana's ports retain their reputation as the safest in the sub-region. The Ghana Maritime Authority has also declared war on illegal fuel bunkering and has made some arrests. The authority is now seeking legal backing to destroy locally made wooden boats used in this illegal fuel business, which is depriving the state of colossal amounts in taxes and levies.
Honorable Minister, that is the end of the video. We are most grateful for
Thank
the
you. Thank you.
opportunity provided.
Thank you, Mr. Alonsi. Thank you. And to your team and yourself at the Maritime Authority, a yeoman's job you are doing there. Colleagues, it's a good time to take your questions. So if you give me an indication, I'll send the microphone to you, and then we will have your questions. I'll go to Sarah first. She's the first female with her hand up. No, go to Sarah first. Yes. Are there any other ladies? Shika, you have a question? Yes. And then after Sarah, come to Shika. The men, you can wait for a while. Yes, Sarah, let's hear you.
So, initially I wanted to find out the period within when the exercise was conducted in removing the trees from the
Volta Lake, yeah.
Yes, but from the video I understand 2019, 2020. I want to find out, is it a one-time thing, or there is a path, there's a plan to remove other trees that may be in the river? You talked about the human activities also causing the accidents reported on the Volta Lake. What percentage did the human activities contributed as well as the trees, if we can get that, and how significantly it's going to reduce by this exercise? I also want to find out, you mentioned a couple of meetings that have gone on both outside the country regarding the piracy issue and the lacuna in the law that you are hoping would be amended for the issue to be addressed. Is there any other decisions taken in fighting this piracy, especially now that we are recording some in our waters, apart from the lacuna in the law that we are expecting to be removed? I mean, from the meetings that you've had. And then finally, we want to find out, we understood Ghana was going to have the open registration of the ships, the fishing ships in the country. Can you tell us if it had started in the prospects? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Open registration of ships as well. That was your third question. And if I may be allowed to comment, it's interesting to note when you see questions that are well researched, there's a strong background, not personal opinions. And we encourage that a lot. Shika, you have a question? Yes. So let's bring the microphone to Shika. Then after that, we would we'll deal with the men. You have a question? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Alonso, in part of his presentation, mentioned an intention
Shika, we can't
to
hear you. Please
amend
speak up.
the Constitution. I want to know if you can give us the
Amend Act
Constitution.
29.
Yes, of the
Amend Act 29.
I want
You were
to know
scared
if
when
you
you
can-
said amend Constitution.
Yes.
Yeah, Amend Act 29.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I just want to know if you can give us some timelines. And then also on the removal of tree stumps, if you can give us the amounts that went into that operation.
Very well. Very well. Is that Della? Okay. Della has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Alonsi, my issue has to do with the law that you are trying to amend. And from the draft that I have seen, at least the little I have seen, I noticed that it has no duration, that time limit within which the authority is supposed to respond to applications. And wouldn't that have...
applications for what?
Yes, on shipping, like when people are apply for licenses. And wouldn't that have implications on the cost of shipping? And then also about issues of waivers.
About issues of what?
Waivers.
Waivers.
Granted by the authority. It looks like the new regulation is situating so much power with the DG. And such, wouldn't it be appropriate to get those reviewed so that maybe instead of the DG being the sole person to do that, rather a committee will be in charge to review those things?
And this is included in a draft of a bill,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get your response. Are there any other questions? I'm looking out for the ladies first. Okay, so you hold on. Let me take responses to the ladies' questions and then I'll come to the usual suspects. So is this tree stump removal exercise a one-off exercise or would it be followed up? Can you give us any data on the percentages of accidents that are as a result of human inefficiencies and what was being caused as a result of the tree stumps? Beyond the attempt to amend the law, Act 29, for example, is something else being done on the anti-piracy agenda? And while at that, Chika has a question on, are there timelines for this amendment of Act 29? And if you have an update on the open registration of ships, if you have answers on costs, and then the last questions on the draft bill that she has cited.
Okay. So I would attempt to answer some of them, and then some of them my technical people would also assist. The first question regarding whether it is a one-off event or it's something that we intend to continue. First and foremost, let me indicate that it's a very capital-intensive activity when it comes to removing these tree stumps. So you need a budget to be able to do that. Besides that, we have a number of requests that have come from various communities along the Volta Lake who also have this situation of not being able to go about their daily chores or engage in their economic activities as a result of tree stumps posing a danger to the movement of boats. So having done with this, we are in the process of putting together the necessary resources so as to go in to do some more. So yes, it is not going to be a one-off event. It is a process, and depending on the availability of resources, more channels will be, tree stumps from more channels will be moved to enhance the safety of movement for people who live along those places. In terms of the lacuna you spoke about, I mentioned in my presentation that we have identified gaps that makes it extremely difficult to prosecute them. That is why we are doing the amendments. Yes, besides the amendments that are being done, there are other things that we are looking at. And I indicated that coastal states have come together through various fora to discuss measures of dealing with this piracy menace. For instance, we are looking also at implementing to the full the convention, the provision in the SOLAS that allows for hot pursuit. The hot pursuit would, if we are all countries within the sub-region agree that this should be implemented to the full, that means that when we find pirates in Ghana and we pursue them and they even move into Togolese waters or Benin waters, the authorities from Ghana who are pursuing them could still pursue them and then till they are finally apprehended. Now we are confronted with issues of sovereignty. Beyond our own territorial waters, when you pursue them, you get to the end of our territorial waters, you are compelled to retreat. And then they have a field day. By the time you call neighboring countries to assist in apprehending them, they perhaps would have sailed off into the crevices in some areas in the delta, and then your exercise would have been futile. So yes, the various meetings that we have held are all geared towards fashioning out other strategies to augment the fight against piracy. So it is not just the law, the amendment of the law. There are other things that are on the table. Then on the issue of the open ship registry, I call on a member of the committee that dealt with that to give you details. But for now, what has happened is that the committee has submitted its report. The report would have to be submitted to the board for consideration. And then a decision will be taken whether to go ahead and do what is recommended in there. The management of the authority doesn't have that power to go ahead and implement those recommendations because they border on policy. And you require a board approval to do some of the things that have been suggested in there. So, Captain, is there something you want to add? Okay. Then, in terms of the amendment, there was this question as to whether there are timelines. Yes, we had given ourselves some timelines to finish with this. But unfortunately, we have had some new developments. There are views to the effect that instead of just going in and amending section 193 and 194 of the Criminal Offences Act, we should have a comprehensive maritime Criminal Offences Act. And the AG's department has brought something which we have presented, a draft which we have presented to the consultants we're working with in terms of the amendments of section 193 and 194. So very soon there will be a stakeholder meeting to look at the draft that has come from the Attorney General's department, and then we push for that comprehensive bill which we think would inure to the benefit of the industry more than just looking at the amendments to sections 193 and 194 of the Criminal Offences Act. The last question, one of them was whether there are limits in terms of time limits for application for licenses. And I think the captain will take that. And the issue of waivers, I'm not going to handle that myself since you are thinking that the Director General would have too much power if that is left in his hands. So, Captain, the Director of Technical, the Technical Division would take those ones.
Right. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and our friends from the media. With respect to the waivers, as the Director General has mentioned, that's coming up in a draft regulation that we have. That's the cabotage. And in the cabotage, we have some waivers, but it's mainly, the cabotage is mainly to preserve the trade, the local trade of shipping to Ghanaians. But the waivers come in when you don't have competency or the type of vessels that we need to undertake such activities. So there will be a waiver in there. But with respect to the covering of Director General in the cabotage bill, or the regulations, sorry, it was presented before the Parliamentary Select Committee, and there were stakeholders who raised this, and it was clearly addressed. The Director General is not a personality. He acts on behalf of the Ghana Maritime Authority, and the Act has given him that mandate. Act 63330 of the Ghana Maritime Authority has given the Director General this mandate to act on behalf of the Ghana Maritime Authority and not as a personality. Thank you.
Are there any further answers you have for us? Is there something we have skipped? No, are there any further answers you have for us? No.
Then we'll move to the next batch of questions. I'll start from GNA, so 1, 2, 3. So let me take these 3 and then I'll get responses, then I'll come this way.
I have about 4 questions. So
GNA.
Try to indulge me. My first question is the 21,000 tree stamps. I want to know the costs that the nation incurred or Ghana Maritime Authority incurred in removing those things.
I thought you spoke to the issue of cost already. Did you?
No, I think that one was.
Okay.
The cost was not mentioned.
Okay, so costs of tree stamp removal.
Yeah, so then my second question. On 5th of July 2019, one Emmanuel Essien, a fishing observer on Chinese vessel Meng Z15 was reported missing. And this issue has been lingering on for some time, and we have not heard much about it. The family of Mr. Emmanuel Essien has been demanding about his whereabouts. So if the GMA can give an update, because you are in charge of ensuring the welfare and protection of Ghanaian seafarers, so I think it is within your domain to answer this question. Then my third question, Ghana is losing between $14 and $23 million every year, according to Environmental Justice Foundation. It's an NGO interested in the fishing sector. Ghana is losing between 14 and 23 million every year because of licensing fees and fines being evaded by some shipping vessels. And according to them, some Chinese vessels use Ghanaian agents to front for them to register. And so they tried to circumvent the law, and the process, Ghana lost this huge amount of money. I want your comment on how to deal with this issue so that you get the foreign vessels registered to get the right money for
how
the
to
nation.
deal with the reported evasion.
Evasion
Yes.
of taxes. Then my next question. Ghana is also losing about $50 million every year through illegal fishing activity being embarked by these Chinese vessels.
This according to who?
According to Environmental Justice Foundation, this NGO interested in fishing sector. How are you dealing with this illegal fishing activities?
The amount again?
$50 million every year.
But the question is, how are you dealing with illegal
fishing?
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So the question is, how are you dealing with illegal fishing?
Yeah, so that we get the right amount of money for the economy. Then you also said one of the issues.
Now you've done more than 4 questions.
This is also very critical.
No, I'm saying now you've done more than 4 questions because you said you had 4. So let's go to number 5. You had it. Don't worry.
You said apart from during your presentation that in removing the tree stumps on the water lake, another thing that you observe is that some boat operators drinking. And I was surprised. How do you allow people to drink and use this thing? And so I want to find out, how are you monitoring those people who are the boat operators from doing something illegal to cause danger to people? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are 5 questions from the Ghana News Agency. Very well researched as well. There were 2 hands there. So again, we commend you. We like well-researched questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Nyojo Dalafo.
You have to speak up, Paul.
I want to find out from the Director General.
Which media house, sir?
Statesman.
Statesman. So speak up, please.
You said you are championing the cause to destroy some of the wooden boats during your presentation.
No, they said they are looking for a legal mandate. Is that not what you said?
Yes.
They are looking for a legal mandate so that they can destroy wooden boats that are being used for fuel bunkering. Is that not what was said? Yes, I think I heard it well. Go ahead.
It's as equal to championing the cause to destroy them.
Go ahead. I'm not arguing with you.
I want to find out from him. Some of the wooden boat operators are mere fishermen who has nothing to, or who are not able to patronize the services of the high ranking or the others, patronize the services of others. So what is the...
Come again. You said some of these boats
are just mere fishermen.
The owners?
Yes.
Some of the owners of the boats are fishermen.
Yes, who are not able to patronize the high-powered one that may be recommended for them. What will be their fate if they are destroyed?
Okay, hold on. The reason for which I was being specific about the words that they used, it wasn't about arguing with you, was because they said they were looking for a legal mandate to destroy wooden boats that were being used for illegal bunkering. So it's not about fishermen.
Okay.
So your question is, they are doing the illegal bunkering because they can't afford other boats?
Yes.
That's why they are committing illegality.
I'm trying to find out from him what will be their fate if that is done.
What is the fate of the owner of a wooden boat that is being used for illegal bunkering? That's his question.
Yes.
Am I capturing your question well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You have a second question? Okay, you are done. Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm Franklin for Home-Based TV. And Mr. Alonso, you showed us about 5 boats, patrol boats. I want to know if they are only there to keep surveillance on avoiding pirate activities, or also to check on recalcitrant indigents who throw or dump refuse into our water bodies. Thank you.
So can they also deal with sanitation issues, or they are just dealing with surveillance for, yeah. So let's take this 5 + 1 + 1, and then we'll come this way.
Yes. Thank you very much for the questions that were asked. On the issue of cost, what I can tell my brothers and sisters gathered in here is that the exercises that were on his functions on behalf of the Fisheries Commission, we have our acting director in charge of Maritime Services Division here, Nana Kwabna Bwampong. That falls under his purview, and he will take care of that.
Nana, where are you? Can we bring the microphone to Nana quickly? Where's the microphone? Let's bring it to Nana for a quick response.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Regarding the issue of Mr. Emmanuel Essien, who was deployed aboard a fishing vessel by the Fisheries Commission as an observer, we have had engagements with the family. What happens under Ghanaian law is that to declare somebody dead, you should produce the corpse of the person. Currently, the corpse of Mr. Essien are not available. Investigations are inconclusive, and so we have not been able to pronounce him dead. But subsequently, we have had engagements with the Fisheries Commission about how to deploy these observers going forward. But we are still in contact with the family. Thank you.
But I think
and
we
then
should explore
on the
that
Ghanaian law.
No, please. I think we should explore that a bit more, even on behalf of my colleague, the journalist. So, when an observer is reported missing, or when somebody is reported missing, whose mandate is it to investigate and validate that, first of all, that is true, and then the follow-up actions? Can you help us?
The Marine Police is responsible for such investigations.
So in this instance, has the Marine Police done any investigation, and what is the conclusion of their investigation?
The investigations have not been concluded, but they have undertaken some investigations. It is still ongoing.
Does it mean that they have not been able to validate the initial claim, or they have validated it, and they have not been able to establish its whereabouts?
They have validated, but have not been able to establish the whereabouts of Mr. Essien.
And when they are done with their investigation, then what will happen?
When they are done with their investigation, the report would be forwarded to the Ghana Maritime Authority because of the maritime space, and then a final determination would be made as to.
So is it fair to assume as now that the Ghana Maritime Authority is not seized with the matter because it is still being investigated by the Maritime Police? Is that fair to say so? Or
currently we do not have the full report of the Marine Police, and that is why we have not been able to.
Do you have any follow-up on it? Yeah, quickly.
The officials, what has happened to the Menzi, the Chinese vessel? Those who were in charge of the vessel, what has happened to them in helping getting to know the whereabouts of Mr. Essien?
The vessel was initially detained. When the report came, the vessel was detained, and the vessel is still at the fishing harbor.
As in the Chinese people on the vessel, who he was supposedly working with under observation?
They've all been investigated. Everybody on the vessel has given their statements.
Do we know whether the Marine Police has them? I mean, this is not the Ghana Maritime Authority, but do we know whether the Marine Police has them in custody or not? Do we know?
We don't know. And initially they were in custody, but as of now,
we don't know.
Tell.
We have to follow up with the Marine Police. So let's make a note. Let's get the Marine Police, and then let's get a follow-up on it. I think it's a very solid thing. We have to get some follow-up. Chief,
so
back to you.
Just to add a little to what he said regarding the missing person, So it's a matter that is still open. They are still investigating it. The family visited the authority a couple of times. And you know, by the laws of the country, until after 7 years, he cannot be declared dead. So for now, he still remains a missing person. Then again...
Yes, but DG, if I just may come in there, I don't want to drag this matter, but it's not so much about declaring him dead. It's also about holding the persons that he was with accountable, correct? Yes. So I think that is where the focus is.
That's important.
We probably have to get
statements have been taken from them, as the acting director has said, and I think they were subsequently released on bail. But the ship was actually detained, and the captain and his crew were actually taken in and detained for a while, and statements taken from
But
them.
to determine the current status, GNA, I think what we'll have to do is that, and we will help you to do this, let's write to the Ghana Police Service, Marine Police Division, asking for a status of that. Right now, there's also right to information. We can, invoke all of these ones and get some information. DG, please go on with the other issues.
Yes, then...
How do you deal with reported evasion by foreigners who are using Ghanaians as their fronts?
The director technical...
Captain. Please bring the microphone to Captain. Then there's another question. How are you going to deal with the reports of illegal fiction? Is that to Captain as well?
He would handle that.
Captain, it's your birthday today. Please bring him the microphone. He has some questions to answer.
Thank you once again for asking this important question. With the IUU, that is illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, it is a transnational organized crime, and not only in Ghana. But we, being Ghanaians, should deal with what is pertaining here. The registration of a vessel has certain components, or the provision in the Act shows who is qualified. It could be a solely owned Ghanaian company or a body corporate. And most of these people who come to register these fishing vessels are in joint corporation, and this is part of what is happening now. We ask for their certificate of registry, business, incorporation, and other things, and they produce them. And these are valid from the Registrar General.
Yes, Captain, but again, sorry to interrupt you. When people want to use others as front, they will provide valid certificates. But it is turning out that people are using others as fronts. So the fact that they may provide valid certificates in and of itself does or should not end the matter. The question is, are you seeking to remove the veil and unmask who is using these persons as a front and exact some sanctions? That's the question, correct? Yes, that's the question.
Thank you so much. This is a fisheries, Ministry of Fishery and Aquaculture Division. We do not go ahead to do that. We get the license from the applicant, which has been issued by the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture before they can do any importation of a vessel. So the license from the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture is the basis, which shows that...
Yes, fine. And then the second question was about...
how to fight IUU. Apart from, this was the first part, that was the registration. But with the IUU, we have certain provisions in the laws that should prevail. And that is why there was a question about the patrol boats that we have acquired. It's not only for maritime security, but part of these illegal activities, including IUU. And I'll just answer that question again by saying that what we use the patrol vessels for are not security, but IUU inclusive, search and rescue, inclusive, that is when there is a distress at the sea.
So it has multiple uses.
Very good. And MAPOL, the prevention of pollution at sea.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Then the issue of evasion of taxes.
Evasion
of taxes. Says some people are evading
evasion of fees.
Of
but
fees.
I think both fit into the answer that he gave.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, before you go, again, there's a quick follow-up. The fisheries minister will be joining us for a press briefing. What Captain is saying is that that question is a policy question. And so I would just like to advise, let's make a note of it. Let's ask the fisheries ministry whether they are doing anything to deal with it from a policy point of view, and then they can move into implementation. Because for them, once you provide the prima facie evidence, they are satisfied. If the policy maker wants to make a new policy prescription to deal with how people are, fronting, it's a question that they should answer. Did you? We're back to you, and then
yes,
we'll go to the final.
And then the last one was on one of the causes of boat accidents.
Yeah.
The human element.
Are you monitoring in any way?
And yes, we have teams along the Volta Lake, and they worked with the Navy, and in ensuring that in terms of overloading, it is checked. And then this issue, anything that poses hazard to shipping on the lake. And he specifically mentioned the issue of drunkenness. Just like the drivers, the man may set off from Accra to Cape Coast. And not like in the olden times when one had to visit a blue kiosk to get something to drink. Now the things are carried in packets by way of sachet. So the man along the route, after he has left where he loaded from, takes his thing. And then when an accident occurs, he's examined and he's found to have been drunk. You see that it's a bit difficult to say that that particular issue can be checked. But it has been identified as one of the problems, drunkenness.
Are you saying that the Marine Police, first of all, is there Marine Police on the Volta Lake?
No, at the Volta Lake, we have the Navy. We have a naval task force that work with the GMA.
Okay.
To check.
But there's no Marine Police there?
No, they haven't extended the activities there yet.
Okay, so the naval task force, are you saying that if they have cause to suspect that there's a drunken, is it a pilot? Are they called pilots?
They are called boat operators.
Okay, so there's a boat operator who is drunk and is operating. They will not arrest?
They will. But the point I'm making is that in view of the fact that it has become easier.
Into the microphone,
In view of the fact that it has become easier for them to carry these things that make them drunk, it is very difficult checking it. So he could leave the beach area or the loading area looking like any of us. But midway, it happens. It's like the issue of jackets that we give to them. Before they leave, they wear them. And as they move on, they remove them.
Then I guess the feedback is that we need to step up surveillance on some of these boats. Elsewhere in the aviation industry, they'll put air marshals on some of these aircraft to ensure that surveillance is improved and safety is improved. So I guess that would be the feedback, that if they are doing it, then we have to find ways of surveilling.
The numbers are a lot. We are in the we have started establishing offices along the lake. We have done 2 now, Yeji and Dambai. And we have a number of personnel there. As the numbers increase, then perhaps we are able to do this.
Very
Besides 2 of the boats I mentioned, one of them is going to be stationed specifically there to ensure that sometimes we pursue and see what they are doing when they take off. So that has been
very well. There's a question, I think, from Statesman. So what is the state of an owner, or what is the fate of an owner of a wooden boat being used for illegal bunkering?
Yes, my brother, just as we have in the fight against Galamsey on land, it's a similar thing out there. I think the best response to this would have been to decommission those boats instantly. But the lawyer in me suggests that we should, first of all, get a course to give us an order to deal with this situation. Other than that, I think once the craft is engaged in an illegal activity, I think we should all be concerned with decommissioning them. However we do it, is to ensure that they don't go back there. Besides, the boats that are used for this activity are not what you are thinking about. Boats that are for
fishing.
Fishermen. No, they are huge
There's
vessels.
a photo of one of those boats. Can you load it up on the screen?
We showed one of them. These are vessels, boats specially designed to take about 3 tankers of fuel. They call them Dende. So this is not what a fisherman can afford, a small fisherman you are concerned about can afford. These are people who are engaged in organized crime of a sort. They build this purposely for smuggling of fuel. And therefore, I think we should not be worried about decommissioning them.
There's a photo on the screen. If you
there is one I'm standing by.
Yes.
If you can show them, this is one of them. Show them the one I'm standing by.
Yeah.
They are able to take about three tanker loads of fuel.
Thank you. We'll go to the last one. You know, like in South America, they design some of these boats for cutting cocaine across the borders. So it's not about the fishermen who want to do genuine business. These are people who are specialized in the craft of illegality. And they are looking for the legal power to destroy that one. There's a final question from Homebase. Surveillance. So these boats, are they for surveillance only? But I think it's been responded to. So we'll take a final batch of questions from here. I see Nana's hand up. There's a lady. Then there's Ghanaian Times, right? And then a gentleman at the back. So I'll take you. Then I'll see if I can give my ladies an opportunity to come back. There was a question by one lady you didn't respond to. The time limit to respond to applications.
Applications?
Yes. I don't think you responded to that one earlier.
Permits, for permits. Said
Yes.
whether that time limit.
Yes. If you can do that quickly and then. So let Captain do that and then I'll start off from the back and come forward. Yes, quickly.
With respect to applications for permits, we have a procedure which is on our website. You submit the application and then we vet it. And I think within one week, you will be able to get your permit, depending on your ability to go and pay the fee, which is done in the bank, and then you come back with it. You get it within 1 week.
All right, thank you. And by the way, you see that boat there? The height is actually way above that of the person who is standing. That shows you the size. There's a lady here who has a question. Let me take her first, and then I'll go to the back and come to Nana. Yeah.
I'm Faustina Safo from Joy News. My question has to do with figures. You made mention of the acquisition of patrol boats for surveillance, but I want to know, between the period of 2018 and 2021, how many of these vessels or boats have you actually taken delivery of? And what
Taken delivery of?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And what did you have in stock previously? That way we can get to know the impact of these new vessels and what they are bringing on board, and how much did it cost us? As well as the acquisition of trash schemers, I wanted to know how many you've taken delivery of, which areas are you deploying them to, and then how much it cost us.
So how many trash schemers have you taken delivery of? Where are you where are you deploying them? And can you tell us about cost? All right. Yes, there was a gentleman at the back, and then I'll come to Nana.
Oh, no, good morning.
Morning.
Pastor Femi Opokumi from Kingdom FM. Pastor, my question here about piracy. Mr. Alonso has not come out. In Shisham, they are to help keep piracy. What's my chief? Or my been arrest so far? These pirates now.
No, okay. So I'm arrested. Be na no mun to me prosecute. I'm tina so I'm call Nigeria.
But me say who be the number of arrests.
Okay, total number of arrests.
And I be him for no mum free fan. They be chrome free so I arrest him.
Okay. So do you have an update on the? I mean, perhaps the impact since you started these patrols, the total numbers, etc. Nana.
Yes. Okay.
Nana, let me hear you. Then I'll go to Ghanaian Times. Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana. Yeah. My first question has to do with you did mention the fact that two sons were the major problem for the boat capsizing and things. Now, are you, having removed the two stamps, are you going to buy new pontoons to be used on the water? Because most of them are very old and are very dangerous, because people have been complaining. Those over there have been
complaining. Is the Ghana Maritime Authority going to buy new boats?
Pontoons on the water lake. For
the private people or for the state?
I don't know. I wonder if the state buys or is it
it's the mandate of Volta Lake Transport.
Okay.
That's not our mandate.
And then I also watched.
Are you talking about the state pontoons?
Yes.
Okay.
I also watched a documentary where water hyacinth has taken over portions of the water lake. Having removed the tree stumps, what are you doing about the water hyacinth as well? Because there's also an obstacle for easy movement on the water lake. Fishermen have been complaining about the hindrance they face as a result of this water hyacinth.
Water what?
Hyacinth. It's a type of grass.
Oh, okay.
And then my third question, the trees that are removed, you did say that they have commercial value. Are you going to leave them to the mercy of the locals, or you are going to sell them to offset some of the debt that you have incurred? And which company did the removal of the tree stumps on the water lake? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we'll take...
yes, we'll start with my friend from Joy. Yes, in terms of vessels for both search and rescue and patrols, before 2017, the number was 0. We didn't have any. It was after 2017 that 5 patrol boats were acquired, and then 2 search and rescue boats. So the number was, we started with 7, 2 for search and rescue, and then 5 for patrol. And then in recent times, we have also acquired 2 more for patrols. And I mentioned that we are yet to commission those ones. The one christened Nene Azuma Tekole after the Kono of Manye Krobo, and then the other one christened Nab Ayeta Azantlo after a chief from the Busa traditional area. These 2 are yet to be commissioned. There is one that we are taking delivery of very soon. That one is called the Ya Asantua. It was manufactured in Turkey, and we are yet to take delivery of that one, together with a daughter ship that would come with it. That one is Christian Theodosia Oku. So yes, these are the numbers that we have. In terms of the cost, I didn't expect questions on cost, so I can't give you cost of now. But if you pass by the office, we can always let you into. Besides, we are putting them, some of these things are on the website. So we should be able to get them there. Then, in terms of piracy and the total number of arrests, yes, we indicated that somewhere in between 2015 and 16, there was an arrest. But looking at the law, we could not deal with them in Ghana. And therefore, we had to take them to Nigeria, where their legislative framework permits them to handle them or deal with them effectively. But as I also mentioned, since they were taken there, we haven't gotten full details as to what actually transpired. Then you also want to know the nationality of this. Somebody asked that question in Twi. That, for us, is not our concern. Color, creed, nationality doesn't come into play here. Once it's a crime, we want to be able to deal with that. If you do it within our maritime jurisdiction or our territorial waters, we want to be able to apprehend you and deal with you, whether you are from Ghana, whether you are from Côte d'Ivoire or whatever. So nationality is not of interest as far as fighting crime is concerned. Then the issue about the hyacinth, these weeds that have grown in the lake, it is one of the reasons for which we have acquired the trash skimmers. It has a facility that is able to cut this. And in some jurisdictions, this grass is actually used after it's been harvested in the manufacture of fertilizer. But for us now, what we want to do is to be able to remove this hyacinth as soon as the communities or we are going to sell them. You see, there's this misconception that into the forest, you go around searching till you get the trees that you require. Our concern in terms of the exercise that we are undertaking is to provide safety and security. And therefore, we harvest everything that we find. And they are mostly stumps. We have shown the pictures. As I speak to you, the recent ones that were done are still lodged at Dambai and Yeji. We can facilitate your visit so that you go and see them for yourself. They are not what most people are thinking of as being of a certain value which ought to be sold and all that. So a decision has even been made to go and give these ones to the communities along the lake, shared amongst them the chiefs and other opinion leaders. The first ones that were removed, we did a similar thing, we did the same. So these ones we are going to do exactly that. So these are not tree stumps that are going to be sold for some economic value, no. The what?
No, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm going to take the final batch. So I'll go back to my 2 ladies to ask final, or yours has been answered now. So then I'll give the final one to Sarah after this gentleman. So gentlemen, you have the final question, and then I'll give the final word to Sarah.
My name is Akokraba from Kasapa FM. As it stands now, Ghana, we do not have a vessel meant for economic activities. Do we have plans to acquire one? Thank you very much.
Vessel for economic activity. We just to take that quickly, we are not a business concern. We are not into this. We will provide safety and security, create the necessary or conducive environment that enables these things to occur. And therefore, businessmen who want to invest in that area could then, together with partners, other banks or other institutions that are interested in investing in that area, go into that.
You are a regulator.
We are a regulator.
That's a question for the transport minister when he does come here.
Yes.
Sarah, I'll give you the final word and then we'll wrap up.
Please, you said the projects are currently ongoing, so you do not have a cost to it. But I believe there was a budget for the plan, estimated how much it's going to cost, if you can share that with us.
I don't have that here. That's
okay, and then Della, very quickly, let me be very quick, yes.
So a year ago, we had an accident. A young man inhaled ammonia from one of the vessels, and he died.
One of which vessels are we talking about?
At the fishing, yes, at the fishing harbor.
Okay.
And I knew GMA was doing a safety audit on that particular vessel. I want to know
if there's any outcome.
Yes, if there's any outcome. And then also on the issue of deck, is it hand decks? The guys who work on mostly these vessels, you know, they have no training. I don't know what, and usually they are just picked from the community to get on board these vessels, and then that is when we hear issues of abuses and all that. So as a regulator, how are you collaborating with industry to get these young men trained so that these issues of safety and all that are addressed?
I hear you. Very quickly, let me give the final word to this gentleman in black, and then, yeah.
Good morning, Honorable. My name is Al-Hassan Membasir. Along the Volta
From which media house?
Marhaba FM.
Marhaba.
Yeah. Along the Volta Lake, there are some towns like Atimpoku, Bom, Akuse, and the rest. They are also having this kind of water hyacinths. So I want to know what you are doing as an outfit to solve those problems. Thank you.
DG, wrap up for us.
Yes. So as I said, we have taken delivery of the 3 skimmers, and that is the work they do, harvesting this and removing garbage and marine litter from the oceans and from the lake. So they will be deployed there where we find the water hyacinth or this water grass. We certainly will be removing them to ensure that we provide safety of navigation. So those areas will definitely be attracting our attention. Then in terms of the issue of somebody working in a vessel having inhaled gas, we have the officer specifically in charge of that here. So Naval Captain Ankama, if you could address that matter. Then the deckhands, you take the deckhands is for Boachi, and then the issue of the inhalation, you did that work, so you give those 2 answers. We have spoken about the water hyacinth already, so these 2 others you will take.
Very well, very quickly. We're out of time already.
Thank you very much, Minister, for giving me DG for giving me the opportunity. Actually, the issue happened, as was said, where somebody inhaled ammonia while they were working in a fishing vessel that had come for discharge of fish. And the ammonia is the gas that was used to cool to give the frozen compartment for the fish. So at the end of it all, when they finished and they were cleaning the space, it looks like, something happened. The pipes that were conveying this thing were weak, a little bit weak. So they gave way, ammonia leaked, those who were working in there got affected, and somebody died out of it. The issue is that 2 investigations went on. There was the criminal aspect of investigation, and there was the marine investigative aspect of it that GMA actually supervised and did. And one thing I want to say is that when it comes to such accidents and their investigation, GMA's investigations don't have any criminal aspect, and by international regulations and best practices, you can't even use evidence that is procured from there for prosecuting anybody for that issue. Ours is to get to the facts so that we can prevent such issues or incidents happening in future.
So when you investigated, for example, it's obvious that there was negligence involved.
That one goes to the police to do the criminal investigation. So the two are separated so that...
No, even if it's a civil matter, let's say, I mean, it is up to the party that is offended to take civil action against the vessel.
Yes, please. But GMA as an authority, we go in to find the cause and then to come up with measures to prevent such things from happening in future. Then those who are affected could pursue
So in
civil...
this instance, when you concluded your investigation...
Well, we concluded our investigation and we realized, as I summarized earlier, that there were some weak pipes that came in, that gave in. So we came up with measures. We made sure that these things were amended. Most of the pipes in the vessel were changed, and we came up with measures to ensure that such things will not happen in future by provision of, oxygen masks for people working in such environments, and also test equipment to make sure that all their pipes and all those things are strong. All these measures were put in place.
Do you know whether any criminal or civil action has been taken outside your investigation? Do you know?
The authority was following what was happening at the other side, at the Marine Police, and they took it up to also investigate. So at a point, they said that they couldn't, that is what we got from the police. There didn't seem to be any criminal intent. It was just an accident. The thing just got burst as a result of the pressure they were using to clean the space.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Captain, is there something else you have to say? Or yes, very quickly.
The next one is...
Yeah.
Yes, regarding the training of deckhands, a course has been developed, and so for anybody to get on board a vessel now, the person is required to undergo training at the Regional Maritime University.
Once again, we want to thank the Honorable Minister, Mr. Kojo Nkrumah, and his staff for providing us with this wonderful platform to tell the country what it is that we're set up to do and what we have done so far. The assurance is that as an authority charged with regulating, monitoring, and coordinating the activities within the industry, the maritime industry, we shall continue to ensure that in terms of safety and security of shipping, we do our optimum best to ensure that our ports become the preferred ports of destination, not only in the sub-region, but within the continent. This we are poised to do. And our doors are also open to those of you who still have questions to ask or whose questions were not fully answered. You can always call on us either through the PR unit or call on any of the deputies or myself for clarifications if there are issues that you still have and that you would want clarification on. We want to thank you very much and wish everybody well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alonsi is the Director General. Mr. Alonsi, thank you to you and your team that's been with us, including Dr. Alex Eya, Director Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I missed your name earlier. Thanks to all of you who have been with us. Colleagues, thanks to you. I want to also mention that I'm excited at the very, very deeply researched questions that you put forward to our colleagues from the Ghana Maritime Authority this morning. We look forward to engaging you, I think, before the week is over on some other matters. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Hello and welcome. Today on GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign Series, we speak to a renowned playwright. Indeed, we can call him a road safety ambassador because over the years, he has championed road safety in his own way. When we return from this break, we introduce our guest. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Today we speak to the CEO of Globe Productions in the person of Latif Abubakar. He's here to tell us his story on Ghana's roads. He had a pretty recent one, and he's going to share it all with us. Latif.
Hi, bro.
Thanks for agreeing to do this. I know it's pretty fresh in your mind, so there'll be some form of difficulty.
For me, I think I've overcome it, even though it's fresh, because we thank God it's not that, it wasn't as severe as I've been seeing other people go through.
Okay.
It's manageable. I mean, the damage was more on the car than the human being.
Okay.
And anytime you go through such a situation, you just have to thank God.
That's true.
I mean, it's a scary, situation, and it's a scary moment. But if you are not hurt, God, glory be to God.
How did it even happen in the first place?
Okay, so I was in traffic on the Spinters Road towards Accra Mall, moving towards Accra Mall, and then you had this guy, I don't know what he was doing, around 7 a.m. I was actually going to class, I was going to lecture, and then our side of the road was was not moving that much.
Okay.
There's this slow traffic, and then the other side of the road was flowing.
Very busy.
So very busy. So this guy just all of a sudden moved from his lane and then crashed my car. When we got down, the first question I asked him, were you sleeping? He said no. And then I asked him, so what happened? He says, I really don't know what happened.
He doesn't know, saying, is it that his car failed him or...
And the brakes were working well.
Okay.
I mean, we tried the brakes were working well, and I was trying to find out. But for me, I suspected that the guy was stressed, because on his face, you could see that someone, he's not slept well and so on and so forth, or he was sleeping behind the wheels, but he denied all that. And it's obvious, mostly when people get accident, they are in some kind of state of denial. So it wasn't surprising to me that he was denying whatever he was doing or whatever went through, or whether he was on his phone and so on and so forth. We asked him all the questions. The police was not far from, usually they patrol that area in the morning. So I mean, just about in less than 5 minutes, the police was there, and then they were trying to query him, ask him what really happened. He denied everything. So the question is, we really didn't know what happened. But the most important thing is that he moved away from his lane, straight into my car. That section of the road is actually quite big for both the incoming and then outgoing cars. You have that section it's very broad. So, and I was closer to even the borderline. Okay. The only reason why I couldn't move to the borderline is that there was this truck drivers also using yes. So when I saw him coming, I just checked and there was a car beside me, so I just had to what?
Oh, you saw it coming?
I saw it coming. In a split second, like, then there's a crash. Like, there was nothing you could do, because if I moved this way, I would just crash the truck driver into the huge gutters. And so, I mean, the only thing to do is what?
What was going through your mind when you saw him coming?
In fact, full speed you go blank. So I actually can't tell what exactly happened within that period. Yeah, you go blank because one, you don't even understand how someone would just move out of his lane with speed straight. I mean, head-on collision. So when I saw him, 1, 2, 3, there's a crash.
Which vehicle was he using?
That's Hyundai Elantra. Okay. No, his was Hyundai Sonata.
Okay.
Yes, I think that 2013, 2014 edition. And mine was Hyundai Elantra, 2012 edition. So, I mean, that's what happened.
Wow.
Fortunately, my car was damaged. It affected the engine. And
it must have been a very strong impact.
The impact was, yes, my car was damaged. I consult the policeman. Is it done that way? Because it's my first time in my 20 years of driving. This is my first time, so I was like, "Is it done that way?" And the policeman was like, "No." They've had series of experience where you get people trying to settle it away from the police, and then later when they go home, the person who caused the accident doesn't respond. Over and over and over and over. And now you want to come back to the police. The police will, yes, exactly. They will actually not give you the attention you deserve or need. So even if I want to settle it out of office, out of the police, what I should do is to move to the police and then lodge a complaint. Then we can tell the police that this is what we want to do.
Okay.
But at least the accident has been recorded.
Some official.
Yes, and it can add up to the national tally of the number of accidents that is going on and so on and so forth. So yeah, it made sense. The guy was very resistant to that. I mean, and the fact that the more he was resistant, the more I get convinced that I had to go to the police.
Yes,
so we ended up there.
Were there any passengers in both vehicles?
He had a lady at the back. Yeah, a lady sitting at the back seat with a kid.
Wow.
And then I was sitting in the car alone. So I was actually scared for the lady. So one of the things I did is when I got down, I actually went to the lady and the kid first. And it looked like people were like, I was not thinking of myself, but I don't know how the kid will be feeling because the kid was crying. So I went there and they said they were fine, they were okay. So they sat in the car and they left. I don't know why they left that quickly to us, but and I had to just think about myself because I had some sharp pain on my chest area thereabout, and then there was some pain around my neck, even though I was in seatbelt, and that's the good side of putting on seatbelt.
Because you had a seatbelt, but when the impact, did you hit your chest against the dashboard or the steering wheel?
No, but I moved very hard, and the seatbelt pulled me back. Exactly. So that impact, that action, actually was very strong. So you would definitely have some kind of effect on some part of your body. For me, that's what I experienced. I mean, for a period of like 1 week, thereabout. Yeah, but it wasn't that severe. I think that the seatbelt did the magic.
Did you take it to the hospital?
Yes. So I, of course, went to do a thorough checkup and then made sure internally I was safe, and then went for some massage small to make sure the physical body is also a bit fit, and then back to work.
I mean, you're a tall man. Your feet or your legs didn't.
No,
nothing of the sort.
It actually didn't affect my feet and leg. But it's a disturbing incident. You don't want anybody to go through it. I mean, the sound. Sometimes I'm sure a lot of people die not because of the cause of the accident, but because of the fear. I'm now believing that a lot of people will die just because of the scare, the scary moment, especially if it's a long period of time. Imagine a car failing a brake and then you're screaming, moving up and down, trying to get a place to settle, and then it crashes. People would definitely, go off, whether they faint or whatever, before even the crash happens, because it's a very, very scary moment. You don't wish anybody should go through this. Never. And I mean, from this experience, I keep saying that, look, I wish I had the power to enforce the law of wearing seatbelts. Like, I just wish I had some supernatural power that if you don't wear seatbelts, I can just let something happen to you. Because like, you are too careless. You're extremely, extremely careless, no matter the distance. If you don't wear seatbelt, you're extremely careless.
When you went to observe the situation with the lady and the child behind the seat, was she in a seatbelt or she was just seated there, or you don't?
Okay, so I didn't even, when the thing happened and then we parked, I sat in the car for a while. I relaxed. So they also came out of the car quickly. So when I got there, they were standing beside the car, but not. So I didn't know whether they were in seatbelts or not.
They both got out of the vehicle?
Yes, they both got out of the vehicle. So I don't know whether they were on seatbelts or not. But the guy in front was on seatbelt. Yeah,
Okay.
the driver
Okay,
was
the
on
driver was on
seatbelt. So
seatbelt.
I mean, it was nobody was hurt. That's the most important thing, because you keep seeing people, I mean, dying, getting hurt, I mean, through via road accidents. So anytime you escape one, Charlie, glory be to God. Yes.
You mentioned that the police were not very far away from you. How was the response like immediately the accident happened?
I think professional. There's one man, God, I've forgotten the name. One Nodna, very smallish guy, fair, who uses a motorbike on the Spinters Road. I mean, superb, professional. Like he knew exactly what he was about, and then he actually explained to me the processes you need to go through. I mean, even assuming you want to do, out of police settlement, you seriously need to go see, definitely record this information at the police service. And it was very helpful. Very, very helpful. Brought a towing car, they had to tow our cars to the police station and so on and so forth. They did well. They did well.
That's good to hear. And you also stated that when it was about to happen, I mean, at that instant you had gone blank.
Yeah.
And looking at it from a different perspective, or playing everything back, do you think it could have gone any other way?
So for me, I was also thinking that one of the things that helped is I actually saw it coming briefly. So I don't know whether me minimizing my speed also played a role, because I mean it was moving. Ours was more a slow moving traffic compared to his. But when I saw it coming, the first thing I did was, because I looked in the mirror, I realized I couldn't go right. Definitely I couldn't go left. So what could I do? I just reduced the brake, and then he came to hit. So I don't know whether it's a positive impact. Well, it was a positive thing I did or not. I actually don't know. I think we need to find out. But I felt it was the best option then, just to reduce my impact so that the collision will not have a very severe impact. That was what I thought. Because if both of us were moving at top speed, obviously the impact would be higher compared to.
I mean, especially at the fact that he seemed to be traveling at a much higher speed, because it affected your engine.
Yeah.
It means that his speed was pretty
high. Yeah. Because he had a free road. And then when people have free road, you know what they do. I mean, people. I was just curious. I kept, even after the event, I spoke with him and I was like, Jack, what really happened? Were you sleeping? You need to know exactly what happened so that next time things like this. But if you really don't know, it's dangerous. It's serious. It means this thing can happen at any time. So you need to find out whether you went blank, you were sleeping, you dozed off, or you're on your phone. You must know exactly what caused it to be able to prevent another incident from occurring.
He may not tell you because you
I think that
want to blame him, and then you give him more reason. I see. So given the same instance on a different day, you wouldn't have done anything differently?
There was nothing I could do.
All right, Latif, let's expand the conversation to general road safety on the Ghanaian roads. What do you think the public, or generally Ghanaians, are not doing right as far as the fight against the canker is concerned?
I think that it shouldn't be limited to duty bearers only. The fight should be owned by every individual who actually sits in car or drives car or use the road, because it's not really about the driver only, because sometimes the drivers pay attention, they are good, they are obeying all the rules, but another foolish person can cause the accident. So for me, it should be every individual should be an ambassador to road safety. When we talk about road safety, every individual should be an ambassador. Just like, when issues of HIV came up, you see how serious we took it as a country. Very serious. To the extent that now the infection rate has dropped drastically. When COVID came, you see how serious we took it as a country. Even when you look at the, when you look at the death rates with regards to COVID, you would say, we thank God, glory be to God. That is for us in Ghana. We aren't taking road safety that serious at all. Looking at the kind of seriousness we attached to HIV, the kind of seriousness we attached to COVID, I think that we've not even reached about 30% of that level of seriousness. We haven't. And it's worrying. It's worrying because COVID-19 became an individual ambassadorial role where each and every one of us realize that I need to wear a face mask.
Whatever we do affects the other person. It's a chain reaction.
It's a chain reaction. So we took it very serious. Look, you can testify that in Accra, I mean we had the highest infection. So in Accra, about 80% of the population in Accra had used face masks before. They actually bought face masks, or they were giving face masks. It was that serious. When it comes to road safety, how many of us even still insist that drivers who are driving us should put on seatbelts?
So let's practicalize it. What can we as the citizenry do so that we know that we are taking the right steps to, as it were, reduce the
I think that we should relate it. I always say condom was to the prevention of HIV/AIDS. Face mask was to the prevention of COVID-19. And then seat belts can also be towards the prevention of road accidents. It's an individual responsibility. We should take it on. Like each and every one of us daily should take it on as a message to tell a colleague. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't wait for the National Road Safety Commission or authority to tell you about wearing seatbelts, to tell you about obeying road safety precautions. I know the responsibility must be shared with the duty bearers and then with the individuals. But I always say that about 70% of the responsibility lies in our bosom as individuals.
So basically, everybody should take maybe one safety precaution that they would want to enforce. You mentioned seatbelts. Maybe someone will also take that. Check the vehicle before you move.
Exactly.
Because there are various...
The brakes and so on and so on. There are various things that cause accident. But I'm saying that it should be our individual responsibility. Not only the responsibility of duty bearers, not only the responsibility of drivers, but the responsibility of people who don't even have cars. It should be their responsibility in making sure that the safety precautions when it comes to cars and especially safety precautions on our roads are observed. You understand? Not necessarily when you have a car, not necessarily when you are involved in a campaign and so on and so forth. It shouldn't take you as GhanaWeb to drive a campaign on road safety. You should have the vibe that everybody is doing it. It should be a daily pill because people are dying more than the other. People are dying more than the other things we are taking extremely serious on our roads. People are dying on our roads. Yes, you complain that we don't have good roads. Yes, you would complain that we don't have, the government is not doing and so on and so forth. There are no, road safety, reflectors, lights and so on and so forth. But I'm telling you, even without light, majority of the responsibility lies with the driver and then the passengers. Even without street lights, even with our bad roads, we still have a responsibility to play. You understand? So the onus lies with us.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that was the CEO of Globe Productions, Latif Abubakar, the onus lies on us to stay alive and keep the drive for the road safety campaign going. Those are his final words on today's series. My name is Lord Harris Idasari. Don't forget to share your grievances and some of the observations you make on our roads to GhanaWeb social media platforms. On Facebook, we are GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's also the GhanaWeb. Same on Instagram. My name is Lord Harris Idasari. Do join us for our subsequent episodes.
The wait is over. Sarkodie has finally released his 7th studio album. Mary was high life, Black Love was Afrobeats, and this very one is predominantly hip-hop. It's titled No Pressure. Yes, Sarkodie is absolutely under no pressure to follow anyone else's lead. We are seated to have a conversation on the album as well as some comments he has passed while on a media tour. There are other issues also tabled for discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. Joining me on this episode, David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh, Ghana4.com. David Akwaba.
Thank you.
It's
not easy.
It's not easy.
Family issues. Yeah, responsible. Family should take most part of our jobs. Me bonfire esre Nyankopon say onsha me bra brantepan so oba kama this year.
By the Dituma Boatin is a columnist by the Akwaba.
Yeah, our panel di trampoasa.
O de menyano. O minu na yes. Na o ko sa video no. That's a sujafo wanyina ye be wani.
Kwa no.
Yeah, anyum na dem.
Ebe a ringtone.
Jai. Ebe ma Mowley ni we go shame them. Ama Bruni is on standby with Nkomo.
Metata amafuso ya feel as odo ho atel kakra I me kwaya masanso aba Amabroni na wotwe nkomo akọso entertainment industry na masha da to me boase ho ma hyehye na o mesi nyina me de be bra mu ti mo mayen twa ho sisi a na yen kombra na yen fa nkomo no embeto amoso. Hey, amafuso na yes sase de no mayen frɛ osuru nyame mwate se wo se small boy bi oko school primary boy bi akwakocho awade letter list apesanka ne ma me de bre na ya awade biscuit drink na sa awade letter ne keken ebie kwan ama na chese behwe brands akese wo krom hanyina akwakoye na adoye na asem na nso ha abofo na eye boy ne mami ne nsakeka anya me no so ne ma ne de aburo no so an Ghana fo ma ya ade ne wa ye de wani so e na wo ko donate nya me yibi e ma orphanage na eye also the same you question na unse kofo 20 no e na eye TV personality an Belamundi or the semi betuja an said anya manfo desa ebinum se won ne ya adwen eye abofra bi o interview friend Susan onu so chema kolo so obo ne homode na so ye betuja mo an said dan ye ne mo but as also the mudini na akwa command e na o se na maya ma also no munya sa ma no kofo bre ne na anya adwe but yes, our day the boy no di ankasa any dey e be trend ankasa so wo bana say ne ba wan bo modern we we as ko be ka che ne say wo ka me time our day me bo me ho modern ne ba so o say ne ba omunya so kra wo krom ha say na mo man to as artist manager Bull God what do need also na ankasa ne dey friend Bull God won say go say an down fast anti Bulldog na ne e be to aso Bulldog no wasan so din sem bia betujo ayo ko show be delay show e na o kire ma ono ne ba wo no I 13-year-old girl so obe nene no kaso obeso ogbo ahyawa yi bi jantra prostitution obe supporting him 300% or the name of betane chen go say na Bulldog uchire ma ko sisen Bulldog chire ma ene de ono na Philipem no so person ye bi Ghana ha de onim se uba na ukase even kwa eye adwuma opese wo ye kra wa wo futumi gina wona so kase de bi doctor ne lawyer na obeye Bulldog se ni de oba ni fie ntesa so far as ne baba kase we no opese wo ye de say ya ahyawa yi kra obeboa no na waye Bulldog asema okin ujetum se obey be nene na okase opese oboy oyese adwuma ya obe supporting ana and na mama engineer ye bulldog nsem ya so no ko interview no san so din nsem fufu bi to dwa say I want sometime bi atwam 2 years ago oba be bo ni dua say den do ni ye adwuma nkoye kan nsem bebre fa ne ho poto say dua bo no bo no enne ni nyankopon adan dua na ase akwakodi I want nsem so onu no so bulldog so hwa wa abraba no she no come from ababa ni gwaw na nkasa nti san nsem no ka to ne so no e na adan aba no so ye anso ha I want so a reply no say wo jina ko interview ka say muko university wo tua mi school fees na sense also onu ankasa I want so onu ankasa ni brem no di tua ni school fees ni hostel fees ni ade nti bulldog embe take credit bia no say wo bulldog ya say ababa no hweme de be ye mre wan kasa ma me time kakra be hu say na nkasa mesan so aba out nti nkase me bre na me bre amamfa na mama yentu ankomani so eye gospel musician eye gifty adoye empress gifty ono de nsem bia betuja o chema eye bible na eye sum na eye kuremu enye free nti mo expect say eye gospel musician say wo kurom hase wo ye concert wo bo show say we bo ni free sa so man de mu yimfi mu na emboa cause secular artists omu bo show business and won say wo je scan ade say gospel musician ekobo show bia na mo pese odi money free once wo didi once wo promote say na eye secular for na e promoting one nyama wo dis kayen sa so na eye ba gospel musician na once wo dis ka eko nyam ti mu jai sa gospel musician ye free o say enye free ankasa dressing kasa ya na say what dressing wo hwe ye free man for da so eye empress gifting semsem no wa baka say na say na otu kwan kwa UK wo so ko UK kakra yenje ne nim ne ekọ so na komo bia be achi ni say wo se ni kunu ni kunu eja no o go through divorce na ni kunu akofa guess wa nim komo dada nkofo kokonsa free and gift aba out abaye eye live Instagram live no chema wo se hwe mkofo kasa too much say o worry de bia mo de na no da ne so e na worry egu e na ni kunu ayese gift say sa asem nyam forget onu na oda so ye eye Mrs Adoye 1 na echi ni nanim obi eni won san komo de mon drop na oni ni kunu egu so ware aware a emu ohyew ankasa ene won me be ya adwin se so be ma bi sure bi no so ne betena ase so uni okuna na ye hwe ni mane se wo betena ase na mfia betwem na wo ne ade na se we dey relationship goals ankasa na so to be wo abon se na divorce ni nemu ni ade eye actor Ajeta na no den se bia betu ja se na ya rate of divorce no cost ni de ni nje ho e wo celebrity side no cause be wo se ware fine na be betu ja se we ja ware wo se sa nyama ni na enhye damboasa I said we Muslim and mafa. So who did a gospel musician, brother Samiechia? Both and now we are launching a new look be. So who so be dying why you blonde now but you say blonde, niti blonde. A man you will say how can you say brother you know you will have who say brother Samia launching new look. No say naka gospel musician there, naka blondness I go there and can find who be ama fo da enti asesa but mu beji atum so oche so onipa wenyi enya se o ya bofo ne maame na ne papa net nti onu akasa look no de aba no mo support no mo tie ni nwom no na mo san so appreciate eye brother Sami ni new look no na mo mayenti we mfi eye Ghanaian US comedian Michael Blankson odin semi abetuja ochema ko ma se wo hwem mmea no bi wo ho no ma na wa fa merima bi san boso ne nchirema ne so enye te se bia wo an wo pem no be se wo date merima bi sa atego eye sky enhye merima no hunti na aye basante bia ofa ne obeto TV amawa na wafa ne obema uska monthly na wasanso afa ne obebo wo wardrobe nti na wakwa yese bia guest di memechi ni o se muske swadodo anka we na anka wo ska o se mema no susua ebinum so aware nti o se no obi di obi kunu echi ni ade o chema mema na mmokrom ha no endorse sante na magesi ye bomode ana ofa bi sabi boso nti enye girls ne fault nti mum blame Ghana for me asa ayo sound engineer Sugar Tone muze be betu dwase o se any condition enche da anya okay video bi be pie wa hu se Sugar Tone pa na fe de ase wa kofem ne ade kofo chema de ya na betumi aba me wa ya se ase wa ye basa kakra bi san ne ma me de betu dwase o drugs na ne bana abuse afede ama na abrabo aye basa sexy polo kwapin polo wakasa ochema ne semsem ba ye ya wo se wode ne call court wode ne to jail 90 days ebe ya wode se wode onkotwe aba kokum kakra celebrities ebie sabi wo krom ha se o se ombo wondi no se kwapin polo uba ma ye njes na ombo din de sa atuma de ye twemu ono o se ni mrepemu no se ye ni duabo na wabo won se ebe ma obeba out na bebo wondi o che se asemi tu ni na nka bo sa tampu na mo beka so mu ye ne mboam na fe de mo srew mo ni eje mu boshiro se ye kwapin polo wode na wakotije won so che ma sa nye bie sa na wambo wondi ono anka sa wabo mudua nso afre se nyamidimu ebebe danyani na ebeba na mo bra na mo behu se yiwu o chen so se mo sori a mo we hye bone e ma mo nua na ye kwapin polo a na eagle prophet mo amuni mo eagle prophet o se nyankopon yi bibi a kire no o kire ma na ni su no hu se ye merima be ye se 12 wo gang rape ye kwapin polo rape bi o se we rape ni basa fe de no da mogem ni asem no kan de ye hu ankasa ye de yenim se de wa free polo na waka kire ni so se ni e kwa no wa ma na kwankire bi ana se ba se na ye kwa no manfu se eagle prophet se na hu na bomode ana sanso bompai na dangade na nya mbem se ye wie dia ye nkomo na mo ye fa we entwato ye GhanaWeb ye editor ye sub editor ye beni so wusua dear future husband so follow no ye social media wa be hu se dear future husband se dear future husband wa be mu live ye Kumasi ko ye wedding chenche bi ankasa ne wa wo hwa ye represent ye ho ya hyehye ye ho ankasa ye kwatwa picture se ya support ne kansa se ne ya kan ne se beni so wusua sorry o benis nka ne ye Mrs Benis Owusu a Oparijan. Ye wo GhanaWeb hanyina ye kan ne say congratulations to you. Ye hwe ni ma say wangasa wa unim ne say wo ye maye dada. Nti Benis, ye say congratulations. Abrantepa, wa no abedwefo mu nso na mu nto asase na nkomo no call no nzama broni. Ma hyehye amidi ni na abram. Da se ne e be sanso achia. Makra wo.
Thanks, Amabruni, for this segment in Komo. For more of these stories, visit our website, www.ghanaweb.com. A reminder that the show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink, at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 4133 to place your order. 026 4133 Cheesy Pizza, your way. Amisa saying free David Mauli Hona maintain of a David, which of the stories would you want to start with?
So I'd like to comment on Bulldog issue with the daughter. I think she made this statement. You made this statement last year. This is the second time he's placing like emphasis on this particular thing, that he would allow her daughter and he would, in fact, give her daughter full support if she wants to go into prostitution. I think that it's every father's responsibility.
No,
you know, I'm a father, you know, so I'm speaking from a father's perspective. Those of you who are not fathers, you can wait. When we are done, you can just come in.
Did you have to say that?
So I'm speaking from a father's perspective. I mean, back in the day, parenting wasn't like this. I mean, it takes easy. Because, come on, you're afraid of punishment and all that. But today, all these things don't matter again in parenting. You cannot punish your child, even yelling at your own child. You may end up in police custody. I think that the world is, they say they are woke now, right? The world allows a lot of things to go on. People have like enjoyed so much freedom today. So I kind of like agree. I mean, if your daughter is into this, what else can you do? I mean, there's no way you can go. I don't know.
You don't think it as a father, you need to guide your child?
You can guide by doing what?
I mean, you know, prostitution is illegal.
Prostitution is illegal, but it's going on.
So by doing that, you are endorsing illegality.
It's just like Okada. Okada is going on. Okay? Okada saved me yesterday when I was going for a meeting. It's still going on. Okay? I'm not condoning it. I'm not supporting prostitution in any way. I'm only saying that you can train up your child the way you want her to. But when you get to some certain stage, when they become adults, you do not have control over them. Okay? there's no way my parents can say, no, they wanted me to be a police, so I should stop journalism. You get it? It's at this point of my life, I make my own choices, things that I think that when I do, it will bring benefit to me and my life and my career. You get it? You can train up your child from 0 to 18. You should have full control of your child. But after that 18 years, whatever your child decides, the only thing you can do is to advise or support. And I think it's right for you to either support or advise. There's nothing you can do. If your child says, my child says she's going into prostitution, what can you do? What can you do? Let's put pray aside. Let's put religion aside. There's nothing you can do. The only thing is to call your child and advise your child and say, oh, please don't go into this. These are the repercussions. If you do, this thing will happen and all that. There's no way you can be yelling and say, hey, don't go into I will not talk to you. I know parents who don't talk to their children because some of them are into some, bad habits.
That is different from supporting.
Yes.
By supporting, you mean you encourage her to do it, because what other support are you going to give her?
I'm not sure the support he made mention of is to encourage the daughter to do it. I think that the support, he may not have broken it down into pieces, but I believe he was trying to drive at to say, or maybe I will advise my daughter, or because what can you do when your child is 18 plus in this modern Ghana, in this era of internet babies, in this Indomie babies era? You get it? There's nothing you can do. The support, I think he was trying to say, oh, maybe he would advise or something, but I'm not sure he would say, go into it, I'll look for men for you to sleep with. No, I'm not sure he will ever do that. Doing that, yeah, it will be too.
Right. It's your way.
Abranziba, I didn't want to touch on that particular issue because there are some things that personally I wouldn't like to talk about to promote. But listening to David Mowley here, it's really sad listening to a father, a parent, say that if after 18 I don't have control over my child, so if you choose to engage in prostitution, you support your daughter. It only tells me that you have failed as a parent. I don't see what values you pass down to your girl child that will make her not be a journalist like you, but rather choose to be a prostitute. It means that there's some part of your home that is broken that will make her choose that path. So on to the issues that I want to discuss. Oswald, it has been Oswald's week.
Can I come in?
No, you can't come in. You've made your point. And I really hope that your daughter will see this one day. I'm sure she will disown you after listening to you say that. Back to Oswald. Now, it's been his week. Ghanaians have shown love to the little boy, and I was really amazed looking at the backlash that some celebrities were giving the boy. Abrantipa, what did these brands give the boy? Pizza, drinks, name them. What is pizza to a boy in Asankregwa, Banchiasi, or the pizza bed? We are talking as if, say, they gave the boy like 100 million grant or educational scholarship, be that, it's unheard of. It was only pizza. It was only supplies. And if you run a company, you realize that if you give 10 boxes of cheesy pizza to Oswald, it's not something that will break the business back. It's not something that the board and management have to sit down before they agree on giving out. A simple manager from any branch can decide that, well, give Oswald 10 packs and it's on me. I'm going to pay. They don't need to, inform the bosses before they do that. Packs of drinks and all that. And celebrities were coming after this boy, saying that these brands are hypocrites and there are children somewhere who are in need of these things. What is pizza to the boy who took fufu to our day? Or the pizza bed? Or the coke, or the bed? And how many people can the items feed in a village? So relax, it's just a simple letter of a boy wanting a few items for our day, and he's gotten an overdose and thanks be to God, he even donated all the items to these orphanage homes. So they should just relax for the boy. I'm just hoping that the mother will learn the business. Now the boy has attracted, these big brands. If I were the mother, I will sit down with some of the companies, draw a budget, let my son be ambassador for some of these companies, and then from that, the proceeds that he's going to get, he can adopt a village or adopt an orphanage and help the kids afterwards. She shouldn't just sit down for this fame to dry out without benefiting anything, because we have banks who have opened accounts for this gentleman. They can make him an ambassador of any of these banks, and then he's a kiddie account or kiddie savings account ambassador. And then anything that he decides to give out, maybe a 10% or 20% of his ambassadorial money, he can adopt a village or a school or build something monumental for people to know that out of this our day we got this monumental edifice. Ajetianan is also crying over a lot of celebrity divorce. And just recently we saw Empress Gifty come out to debunk rumors that her husband was going around from hotel to hotel, hanging out with other women. I think she has every right to, comment on that, but I have a few issues with how she went about it.
Okay.
Why worry celebrity? Your husband is a formidable politician. You are also a gospel musician. We your penny, you will be who quiet and singing in an ede. The way I responded to issues, and she emphasized that on the Adam for here nipa bia one apart from the very small people that were around her, and she went ahead to mention a few names. You have to be mindful of you have to be mindful of a juma ukunu a politician. You're the dumb and a politics a juma no. Into ukasasa is as though shete dom na freedom. Into your best there are a lot of issues that she might have or pesa oka. But the yana I was set ultimate tone down. Sebi ukunu na omode allegation ne tone so ne krapono. Or my kasai in the best say she should tone down. Know what your husband does. Then who say kasa be say no. Too much. Instead of bringing the crowd to the political fold that the husband needs.
All right, so let's take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Sarkodie's 7th studio album, No Pressure. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Next is Sarkodie's album, No Pressure. David Mowley is still here. Vida Duchuma Abuatin is also here. Let me begin with Mowley. Let's do an assessment of the album.
Okay.
Album Neto saying.
Album not bad. It's not a bad album at all. I mean, Sarkodie hardly goes wrong. Sarkodie is someone who understands the game. He knows what he's doing. He understands the music business. He knows how to sell his record. I mean, it's really, really done well. And I think that even though there's nothing special about this particular body of work, I feel it's like the highest 2.0. It's an improvement to the highest. It's an upgrade of the highest. I believe you've listened to the highest and all that. Just like he treated the highest, the build-up was solid. He did more than he did for the highest. Highest, he met a few bloggers, he met a few media houses for listening session, and then he dropped it. I think he did another listening session in the UK before dropping the album. But this time, he did about 2 listening sessions in the UK, one with Audio Mac and another with, I think, Spotify also, before coming to Ghana to do another listening session, that one with a few media people and the fans. And mind you, throughout the hype, he uses social media very well. He understands social media. He understands the metrics on social media, on how things can go viral, when to release and when to wait. And though he doesn't do this controversial stuff, he knows when to do what. He really planned this album, and I think I have to give it up to him. Now, the main album, he dropped 15 songs. On the highest, there were 19 songs. I think he realized that too much, you know. Sometimes albums from top artists, it's okay. But when the songs become too much, you know, it's too brooding to listen and to a very long album. So I think he learned from that lesson and he had to cut this short. The numbers is okay. For 15 songs, which last nearly an hour, that's about 55 minutes, is good for me. Also, the slight difference between the highest and No Pressure is the fact that there were interludes in the highest, but he took all that out. The highest, actually, the interludes were unnecessary. But, I mean, he tried to add that. I think I like that. The fact that he took all that out and he went straight to the points. From track 1 to 15, I have no problem with the songs. The only thing is too much brags.
He bragged too much on the song.
The theme of the album was centered on bragging, like maintaining his balance in the industry. It feels threatened. Somehow, Sarkodie feels threatened. The way he flows shows that he feels the boys are around. So let me stamp my feet and do something that, or shake the whole system for them to know that, yeah, I'm still there. You might think that I'm down, but no.
And that's what business is about.
Yes. And I
don't know how that communicates.
I do not have any issue, but I feel that Sarkodie can still use hip-hop to do something similar to Mary album. Mary had a whole team, even though it's a high life thing, and we cannot compare it to this. He can still carry out the messages. He can touch on different topics. He can touch on, I mean, there's a lot of things. He can talk about politics. Somebody has been talking about politics, not today. He can talk about politics in his songs. He knows what is happening in the industry. He can talk about hustling. I mean, hitting the streets, doing hustling and all that. He can talk about, he can give lessons, rap lessons. I mean, how to hit the limelight and all that. He can give lessons through the album. He can touch on different aspects of life. I think that is the little thing he lacked. If you look at songs like Rollies and Siga, that's the only thing I can say it's different, because he's like, okay, now I'm done with Fake Friends, and I think it's cool. I like the flow and all that. That is what is different. But for Vibration, round 2 with Gigs, Vibration with Vic Mensa, Jara, Whipped with Darko Vibes, No Fugazi. Is it Fugazi or Fugazi?
Fugazi.
Okay. I think that's it. The rest that would be different is I'll Be There and Non Living Thing, My Love, and Coachella. They were talking more about relationship and love. Sarkodie needs to broaden his delivery. He needs to touch on things. He can go ahead and touch on sensitive things. If you look at someone like Kendrick Lamar, the first album he dropped, To Pimp a Butterfly, he made so many political statements, and that's what blew him up. I think that he can do it. Sarkodie can do it. But
Sarkodie has done political songs.
Yeah, but it doesn't end there.
It depends on the theme of the album, like you were saying.
Yeah,
we all know what Mary was about.
Yes, we all know.
Do High Life.
Exactly.
Do it.
But right now, what can you say? What can you say? What's the difference between IS and No Pressure? It's the same thing.
You don't see any difference?
There's no difference. On the highest, he bragged, he talked about love, and that's the end. There was nothing peculiar on that particular album. He talked about love, relationship, and brag. And on this same album too, that's it. There's nothing different.
So you're expecting him to go political?
Not only political, I said he should touch different aspects of life. Sarkodie, I believe, is grown. Sarkodie is not a small boy. Sarkodie has gone through life. He has experienced a lot of stuff. He can bring all these things together and create something crazy.
What examples can you give? The things that you expected him to touch on?
I gave an example. You can talk about what Ghanaians are going through. I mean, just yesterday there was a huge demonstration.
That was yesterday. The album was recorded in 2022.
No,
2020.
No, in 2020 there no fix the country demonstration. It started a long time ago, months. And he could use that time.
Fix the country did not start in 2020.
No, I said
it was this year.
No, I'm coming. But he recorded some of the songs this year. He didn't finish everything. You know why he delayed?
Yeah, he needed to clear samples.
Exactly.
Of course.
You get it. So he could capitalize on the fix the country, hit on one or two things that are very dear to the heart of Ghanaians, and that's it. People will purchase the album. But honestly, the album is about Sarkodie bragging about himself, being on top of the game, and nobody can get close to him. He is this and that, and then talk about women, sex. That's it.
But the album has been doing well since
it is doing well. No, but because it is Sarkodie. When Sarkodie spits, it is Sarkodie.
Does it not appear to you that what he sought to achieve with the album, he has achieved it?
Well, he had fine. I do not know his target or what he wants to achieve. But let me tell you, if Sarkodie gets Grammy today, he will not sleep. If he gets Grammy nomination alone, he will not sleep.
You
get it. You get it. He will not sleep. It means that Sarkodie knows that he still has something ahead of him. You get it. He has a big hurdle to climb. So I feel he should touch on different things. You can talk about love. You can talk about, and hip hop is not always about braggo. Hip hop, they talk politics, they talk love, they talk sex, they talk everything, the streets, everything in general.
What's your favorite on the album?
My favorite would be I'm going for Vibration 1. And also the one with Medical Jara. People do not pay attention to that song, but I think that Medical's flow, it may be weak and all that. I feel he did a nice job. He did a nice job, and I think Sarkodie lost his voice on that during the recording. If you listen to the voice, it's different from the rest of the records. I think I like.
But you know those kind of voices, they sound very appealing.
Yeah.
He did some freestyle beat.
He lost his voice. What's the name, Cry? It was great.
Some crazy hip hop beats like that. I've forgotten the title.
Tupac recorded a song. Is it the Mama song or something? He was breathing. You could hear his breath like in the song. Okay, a part of it. And right now nobody even cares about offbeat and all that. You get it? Yes.
So your last top song.
I'll go for I'll Be There.
Okay.
It's nice.
All right.
I'll Be There is nice.
Okay. Hold it there. Let me come to Vida and get her view on the album. Vida.
David.
Yes.
Have you listened to all the songs on the album?
I have done the review.
Have you listened to it?
No, I've done the review.
Because if you say there's nothing special about this album, I mean, I disagree totally. It's not just the brag that you're talking about, it's reaffirmation or reaffirming the position of business name. And if you think that he's scared of these youngsters, like you said, then I feel you haven't really soaked in the songs on the album. Because if you are a Yao Tog or a Kweku Flake and you listen to the flow of somebody who has been this consistent over 10 years, Amasa, You can't compare yourself to Sarkodie at all. He was talking about him changing the themes on which he sings. You don't expect him to sing about global warming or engineering. What's I say? He needs to check the relevance of the album to the listeners. No? So if you have an album that talks about the industry, love, God, sex, money, relationship, success, what else? What other theme again would you want an artist like Sarkodie to explore on the album as someone who say this is a totally brilliant work? Why? For me, it's refreshing seeing him go around the media houses, you know, on a media tour, because we hardly find him do interviews or grant interviews. It's refreshing.
I think mostly the only times he does that is when he's promoting a project.
Yes, if you're not on a strategy, no.
Rapaholic.
Yeah. So I feel this time, you know, when they need to touch base with the fans, because I remember he was in Kumasi and he saw his picture behind the trotro and the way he was over enthusiastic and as if Zabia Ohun Sada. So I felt Abia after this album, the way he relates to the fans would change, because when it comes to Shatta, he's always touching base with the people on ground zero. And you know, people love him. That is how come when Sarkodie goes to all these radio stations, you don't find the fans trooping in there, because they are used to interacting with him on Twitter, on Instagram. Indeed, like the face-to-face kind of relationship, no, anyhow. But if he continues to do this now, I feel that it will spark up. One intriguing thing I find on the album is no female feature. I mean, I feel that this is the year or the past year we've had female rappers like Eno re-emerge herself onto the scene. I feel somebody like Eno, for instance, deserved a spot on that album, as in Obejene Shine Kakra. And knowing Eno, if Sarkodie had invited her, say, "Oh, I want you on my album," and Kabas or best spit, and it won't be easy. And now it comes back to how people compare the two, your bar, she's better than Sarkodie. I feel, ABR strategically, you know, they felt, to lower down talks on who is better, is it Eno or Sarkodie, you know, they might even shove her aside and will decide not to feature her. But I feel, if she had been on any of those tracks, those debates on who spits better, no, could have, you know, drive the album sales, because after the interviews, no, there's really nothing to hold on to. So Kasaria will shows in this one. I mean, a trendesa Sarkodie ko utiria ubafia. There's nothing to hold on to in those conversations. And see, if a feature like Egnos would have, you know, pushed Sa edge, you know, to see the album sales, you know, go up. So we wouldn't mind having another Efia Nocturnal classic on the album, because Omutu no Omudenyomba every time, no, you know, he's a huge success. There are a couple of love songs also meeting. I felt that Efia could have turned some of the love songs around a little bit, but probably in Krofoswaka says he's always featuring Efia. In your relaxé kakra. I like to go on like in the track the intro, for instance. Now I feel it sets the tone for what you have to expect in the album. And he said in the intro, because of him, no, what pavey way I'm an artist, no, say payola bio. It's a very intriguing statement to make. That me, how I understand it, they say, oh no, the nyompaba, I'm a man for it's nyompato. And you know the nyompa bar, you don't need to pay payola and send a DJ Bibebo when you might feel sa intro no will spark some level of conversation. Ewo town. Now the Rollies and Cigars, I think he's giving his reason for, you know, posing with cigars. He feels it's a way of celebrating the success. But the typical Ghanaian way, who celebrates success, the first thing you do, you jump up, you scream, you cough powder, be near to a goo. And I say, ya pondo.
Those days near a balloon.
What's my say, ya pondo now, who's your idea? But he feels, the hip hop way, on the style now adopting is to light cigars. I feel any tangible reason enough. Because following. And I'm glad that he admitted that. My crowd didn't like the idea, and my friend is a no. Because there are lots of people who now ditch the ponding, who now ditch jumping up and down, who now ditch the balloons and the knockouts and opt for a cigar. I'll be lighted to celebrate success, just like the idol Sarkodie is doing. And smoke no is not good. And I don't see why it becomes good when you're celebrating your success. And when you are not successful now, smoking you advise that you're good. I mean, it's not good on any grounds. In the best say, I agree with him saying that he's not going to apologize to the CSOs. I mean, I agree with him. But the best apology he can give us is to not post those pictures again. I mean, a bit boy. Now, I feel so he made shout out to Jata Cement. Our track name, the Cigars and the Rollies and the Cigars. Yeah. No? And you know Sarkodie has a way of making his money. Yet Tigo some time ago, any UT bank near there. I mean, it tells you say or flow, but he has the business acumen. He's business minded at the same time, and everybody a troopy behind Jata Cement now. So I feel say that mention was very creative and business wise, you know, it was top notch. And the vibration, I think it was pure rap song. It was cool with Vic Mensa, like he said. Round 2 with gigs, it was a cool song with Coachella. No, everybody likes Coachella. I mean, ahead of album that's a release now, yeah. And one thing I find interesting, I was an artist, especially Kwame Eugene, Asia, Hawa or sample nyomna or acknowledge nipa na or sample nyom no efri obi nche or dokala na or the shame no. And you could tell say when ya approval no and sana all you see one nyom no wa album na chi na wa acknowledge ne kama ye back Kwame Eugene, we don't normally see that. And nyom ne release area no na fe na ebusuafo na nyom ne yom de ababeko ho ntokwa ansana ya kire se metua ka minji aka na trika baby no. I mean, artists like Kwame Eugene and co no almost sample nyom, they should take a cue from New Year with Coachella no. Now on to Jara featuring Medical. I mean, say open you more the two bafwa and yes I knew open the obabe fa baby room no the soloku pure soloku ni yechiwa. I mean, it's a light funny lyrics. We all know what Medical is made of when it comes to Sa and your man. You know, I feel say what serious songs you now very relaxed. So now best I mean, it's one of the good songs at OBT. Now, Married to the Game featuring Caspar Novest. I think that this guy is not new to me because Stonebwoy Wham, you know. I mean, it wasn't bad listening to him, so it was a cool track. Anything had a Capim Polo name drop in it. I think that she was excited over it now, okay. But aside that, Osha Bars, no release the track, the Polo bit aside, is a song that you can listen to any day. Now, Fireworks featuring Wale, the Kofa tweets be by Uncle Fosse. One gentleman said, Sarkodie Nama Wale career. No? I think it's a tweet, you know, for Sarkodie himself to come out to, you know, talk about it and I said, or reply guy, you know. It tells you say idea no, based on maybe a relationship or an artist in the war. But then in a way, you know, a drunk of baby attention to go and listen to that particular song. Like I said, no, aside him doing the interviews, there's no talkability about the album. There's no talkability. I did attention to, you know, and this guy, even though it was in a bad taste, you know, or you're a favor by getting people to, you know, go listen to that particular track. Now, Whipped with Daco Vibes. First, maybe besides why Daco Vibes, but after listening to the song, you know, I feel say or complimenting him, and you know, we have to give him thumbs up. Now, Deserve My Love, cool song. Don't Cry. It was a brilliant song. Your feature was it Benirelo saying. Listen to the song, I could hear Kelvin Boy and then the vibes, you know, in my head. I was like, whoa. Guy, but Kelvin Boy would have killed this chorus bit, you know, with the Afrobeat vibes, you know. I feel say and you make a bit shooty Kelvin Boy better than Guy now or feature no. Now I Wanna Love You featuring Harmonize, you know, Tanzania. Mitie Swahili no mokana and then you me day. So it was actually refreshing to hear Sarkodie sing in Swahili, so my local language now the can. So for me, it made it for me. My favorite song.
And you may also
I mean, if you're 16 tracks
choose your top three.
My top three, I Wanna Love You with the Swahili Tanzania artist, the Swahili no Mokawo. It was my favorite because language and then I don't know how to put Diamond Platinum say Otunyuma, you want to learn the language, you know. My second one will be emoji. I'll be there. Gospel track na ewo album ni so no. I mean, fantastic track. I mean, but one thing about that track is Sakode Bamu too late. It was 1 minute 55 seconds and some all rem. If utia because now they on bam.
For me, I think it was strategic.
Oh, because
I like
was
the fact that Oche and San.
Oh, because I was waiting like
Lumba has a song. The lady sings
everything. I was waiting to hear the gospel flow. I mean, this song.
Famina me feel you, baby. Yeah.
So I feel say Oche the 1 minute 55. Now me see when Suma no train was up by Tonyum. I mean, it was just too wamami. So this is gospel track, pure urban gospel, the one that you liken to Akese Brempo, Mone, Joe Metal, Mone, Dinah Hamilton, Mono, classic. In anyway, we need gospel song, and I say collaboration of the year in the coming award schemes now.
Who rate the album now? Man, say.
I think I'll give it an 85.
Okay.
A classic. But one thing is, Brofukasa no dominate our album. We know Sakode the then tree the obenya 70% tree. But this time no, what twisting on kakra Brofone does it saying tree. It tells you say our mission or agenda and the ABA your Grammy test no obe quenchia my idea. I mean this album is classic and do that job.
Mauli yesterday because of
Mauli
rate the album quickly now.
70%.
70%. So 85 and 70.
85%.
All right. Let's take a break. When we return, Sakode has been making some comments whilst he is on media tour. The attention is the comment on Edem. Remember the last time we were saying that Edem did a video Flavor, and that song featured Efia and Sarkodie. Efia was in the video, Sarkodie was not in the video, and Edem made a tweet. Finally, Sarkodie has commented on it. Now, Ejadem, Yaba Hwasem. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantepa. David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh at Ghana4.com. Vida Duchuma Boatini, K.A. Vivid, Vicious, Vociferous. Vida is a columnist. Now, I told you that Sarkodie has been on a media tour. So he was on Xylophone FM and he made some statements. But before that, let's take you back to February 22. We made a publication. Ghana made a publication that was based on a tweet that Edem made. Now Edem had featured Sarkodie and Efia on Fever. The song is a nice song, and you need the pan. But Sarkodie was not in the video, and people were asking, why is Sarkodie not in the video? So Edem made a tweet. He said, "Yo, Sarkodie, I know you feel bad for not showing up for Fever video. Team even lose money for that. But I have forgiven you, my G. No hard feelings. Call me when you need me. I go there for you." Now, Utiesa tweet we say me when I saw the tweet, I said, "Jaladena ako Edem hopa because only know you the craze buje." Satan, it was that song that Sarkodie featured on. Go for Sarkodie obede the muka music. Hey, now any, yes more. So when this tweet came out, a whole lot of comments that people passed. Now Sarkodie goes for an interview, and they asked him a question. This is what he says: "The issue of picking calls is a general thing. Even my mom has the same problem with it. So I don't see why it should be taken personally. If you speak to my mother, she will tell you that her major problem with me is my refusal to pick calls. I don't pick calls all the time unless I have an appointment with that person. Then I have to keep up. I can agree that he's been calling me and not getting through, but it's not deliberate. I really don't want to speak about it because I cannot remember. I still can't remember what happened. So I will just have to agree with whatever he's saying, whether true or not." And that's what Sarkodie said. Eventually he apologized to Edem. But Black Rasta, radio presenter with xylophone, and a reggae musician, said Muamini Barack Obama, the Salaga man who doesn't fear bullets, Salaga soldier. Black Rasta has been reacting to it. Let's watch what he said. When we are back, we'll tackle Sarkodie's statement and then Black Rasta's reaction.
You see the arrogance of some of our people. Sarkodie, Kasahari, humble. Even a goat, he will greet on his way. In his own words, since he's shot to fame, he's unable to answer phone calls, not even his biological mother's calls. This is not a guy I would like to support. He's too arrogant for my liking, and I say it with passion.
So that's a Black Rasta. Asem nano ashana. Vaida. Sarkodie's statement. Everything wrong with it?
I'm glad that you're in this business. I'm pretty sure you've worked with a couple of celebrities, and you know the pressure that comes with telephone calls. I mean, in a minute, the phone can ring like 200 times, and everybody needs your attention. Everybody needs you to say something. It's impossible as a human being to pick all those calls under a minute. And that is why some people have assistants who handle their phone calls for them. But I understand Edem, somebody that you gave a shoulder to stand on is now high up and feels like unfoul calls. And you're the fault. Sometimes the way a sikono who tries to explain who be break up on, the more you make enemies. So you know Sarkodie has a team. And so one friend not on fire. DJ Mensa Angel, at least call any of them and draw their attention. Say, oh, Charlie, I need so and so for the video on this day, that day. Maybe I only around the Krampa, now come reschedule. If Adam had done that, I'm pretty sure he would have put in the tweet, say, I even contacted Angel and he said he was going to get back to me and he didn't get back to me. The tweet was already directed towards Sarkodie. Then it gives me the impression that maybe only team members need be and negotiate. Maybe so I know Adam feel say I have that personal level with Sarkodie. Me cry na me boa ma comfortable wonka. So why do I have to go through other team members before I get to you? But I mean, no matter how friends we are, no matter how friends are, no matter how close we are, let me put it that way, I always respect protocol. I have a few celebrity friends, we are friends like from day one. But then now the status, the level has changed. It doesn't mean that I should disrespect protocol. I always go through the other people that they have employed to handle those matters before I can get to my friends to do one or two things for me. For Black Rasta, Charlie, it's still harsh to be saying these things to Sarkodie. I know big men in this country who own media companies that do not even have a cell phone. On so if you now be funny house phone now. Offer now you now be saying. Would I like you for a phone because I ring? No any phone no so cry. If you understand how to operate in the creative space now, you will not underestimate a peace of mind and some quietness when you want to come up with lyrics and create something that people will love. Yen Ghana has saying that yen respected holidays or brony or making sure that every year be a baby a very serene environment ensure in Yase no what's nasi no concentrate one a brabo and any family no more link. Yen is our culture no. They be a king. And he cannot pick all the calls. No matter how close you are to him from Bouger days, from Hammer last 2 days, no says a business and your master. Do not feel too big to go through the protocol. Speak to Angel, speak to his road manager, speak to his designer, speak to all the necessary people that you need to speak to before you can get through to him. But I think that tweet we're not persuaded training answer. I mean the kind of buzz that he wanted it to generate, and it did generate that, and it comes back to say Sarkodie baso and now kind of now for apology not the mind, and nobody is talking about that. Is the fact that say. And moms, yeah mama no ma muti. bibi ketu ebi na ebi oti wo radio so be kan ho hey abrantepa and assume say wakoye I mean when he is in that frame of mind that all putting bars and lyrics together ye mama no come nketin na ayam hihye ni ade no ebe displace no nti bi oye adwuma ni wi a obefia hello ma ene mu say o frame me ede asem sa brain no na sa pressure ni ayam hihye no de frame no akofom and then you can listen to him say nyanyum na obo ena opamade ena oye baba he can pick calls anytime because baba no on hear lyrics no de yi on hear sa adwen or say sa adwen de acho on hear
so baba only good mood o timi ti we nim say no
yes but then no why trust sa train sa for be 5 years akokwa ne nsa no what am I saying but only dey share over 1,000 songs ni nyina ye enwom words for putting it together into man sir and a course a day on to me pick 300 calls or better function as a human being into your best stress is celebrities you know only in a free woman me yemba e krampona se siano and your master respects the protocol where am I wetie but I'm pretty sure so some friend are on to me because e bia na baby on enkoye ma no but no so who course na ya return
and come try more land
one more time I feel say obetimi I return
when I mean there are some people that when you miss their calls
you should call
them back and say Charlie what's
up and best stress so no ntimi enkasa come angel friend na or listen is boot no shempa baka no kasa fem na nipa na hu say at least why return any calls and I just want artists to understand say ejuma no eni adane omo dan say akode door so those who are calling on him from across the world and door so and you don't think say otini baby and nsashe ne dem refem a debi abefe bi obetimi apik enye possible sir
Mauli
black ras no say that
wasi sa akode eya homaso na se owo abrochire US ni UK nka by now we lose over 1 million followers because the dia sa akode start here na ho brase no wo no
Instagram Beyonce nipa say na Beyonce follow mo Instagram one say two say zero it's no tin fa ho before ni enko on
follow obi apart from ni boy o say nipa
I think that say in Black Rasta it's controversial and also like he likes the controversy neni jehu obeye na kan wa say bia ne say generate talkability I am so can be I think so it's all Black Rasta is like that there's nothing new but as someone can say akaya brochank will losing it's a lie come on it's a lie okay say we lose followers say we lose deal yeah fine it makes sense but even abroad you don't go through artists even if you are friends to the artist and you want to invite them to events you don't go through the artist what I say it is as I'm not kind it doesn't make sense say sakote na akokan bibi we make controversial statements and bibi no akokan na enkoye no aka say obi be unfollow now then it makes sense but to say that because he doesn't pick up come on call phone call
cancer because who the BM in Tiana
Debbie but you see it happens what I say
only hey
my friend me say me fa
I perfectly understand Sarkodie okay and you say be am try me ho anai but you see me tell you na me sorry 4 a.m. me tell you na me nikum and say who say my bosa bi and I mean share anye my breath
my
mom she always fight me over calls my mom my sister be cry my friend say maybe my friend say my friend back and call or friend or best starting and wo dey fro one and e won fa assembly na obeka bra village weekend we year ba bra open transfer kasasa me mami me ko interview bi wo enfa Hit FM hey ina me interview so hey na me who Hit FM na you see and obefro no okan we and me advise you me too for ya menye say you see sometimes course may be a hard what I say a hard and you see despite being a showbiz person you need your personal space inti I understand Sakode, but I think say Anka, the statement no Anka so making sure. So no, I can say I don't want to talk about the issue. You shouldn't have spoken about it at all. So can say go ahead and say
the mother
sorry.
Example.
Abranti, so friend me na man fa. Now it your friend na me fa. What do I say?
No apacho.
Me sorry.
But still me dinner time.
Exactly. Already matemu. But I say it's sorry no. And can master conversation you can discuss here. Can you the Emma? I think the Sakode on abotre kakra. Because only them ya.
No, but let's be honest.
Send me why. What I say? Send me why. So friend me na 70 man far. Oh, Charlie. And I them sana I rather kind. Them too. Oh, try so you reach out to the person. Maybe I may try some from now officer. I'll call Benis. And I'm afraid Elsie, what I say, my friend, I say be our around. Unim the manager, you are cool with the manager. But I think, say, Adam be a minipa, but pride can so or per se or noa or ne Sakode and I or because or a minipa. What I say, but I say, manager, where them war manager. Manager no bet me deal with Sakode's manager. At least not Sakode so onya sumbe kakra. What I say.
Okay. But I wanted to say something.
Let me say, Adam, let's be honest, Adam, they say you are not sought after like Sakode is sought after. In the whole course no swati, I don't assume say Sakode so dear swati. Or no pressure no egusu one so until you should just exercise patience.
Sakode have pressure on you see on one release album.
No pressure.
No pressure, right? So that's how we draw down the curtain for this episode of Bloggers Forum. David Mowley is with pulse.com.gh, Ghana4.com. He's married or
and one he has an aspiring prostitute.
Yes. Woman here.
Remember the name Mukujina.
Correct. But I need to about it as a columnist. A reminder that the show was sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. So Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have all great deals for you this weekend. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get small pizza, fries, and chicken. 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesday, as for Super Tuesday, at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-33397 to place your order. 026-41-33397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. The GhanaWeb Road Safety is still ongoing. As part of our corporate social responsibilities, we want to help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so join us, join the campaign. If you are a victim of road accident, if you lost a relative, kindly reach out to us. Share your story so that people will learn from it. Send us a mail, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com, or contact us. Let's get interactive on social media at the GhanaWeb, on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. If you see anything that poses as a danger to lives and properties on our roads, kindly film them and send them to us. We'll do a story about it. We'll let the people, authorities know so that we all fight road accidents. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards is still ongoing. Nominations are open. We open nominations from July 5. It's ending on August 31. So log on to the website www.ghanaweb.com. We have the forms that have been randomly placed. Beneath our stories is a banner that when you click, it takes you to it opens a new tab, and then you can file your nominations. There are 17 categories there, and remember to support your nomination with reasons. So for instance, if you want to nominate David Mowley as Blogger of the Year.
Do we have Blogger of the Year category?
Yeah, we have.
Charlie, send me the link.
So Blogger of the Year, you nominate David Mowley and say, in the for the year or in the last 3 years. He has covered events. He has produced a number of relevant articles. Just support your nomination with reasons, and then the faculty will sit and shortlist the nominees. Every category will have 5 nominees, the shortlist, and I will bring them out to you to vote. It's a People's Choice Award, 100% public voting. So that's it. Also send us your nomination via email, awards@ghanaweb.com. awards@ghanaweb.com. Thank you for watching this edition of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
What this week's edition of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV will require of you beyond your time are some tissues, because this story will ruffle your nerves and get you quite emotional. But the best part about the story of Doreen Abuaje, a young lady who took up a job in Kuwait out of desperation, been through some of life's biggest struggles, but now finds herself in a much better place, is that it will inspire you. It's a story of chance and grace, hard work and contentment, and I'm glad you've joined me, Eche Atisu, on this week's edition. We'll bring you the details after this breather. Born in Dadieso in the Ashanti region, the young Doreen Abuaje knew only one other thing for sure aside merely enjoying her childhood. She badly wanted to stay in school. She, however, never imagined what was to hit her so unexpectedly.
When I was growing up, we are three. We are 3 children, right? So Penini ye bema and I do tosumi bema and I meme yoba. So I'm the last born and I'm the only lady between them. So me mama so ya wone ba kope. May her soul rest in peace. I hope say so na ye ne mega man nete. Nti na yesusu na ye kotena adwa me ni menua pani no ba na menua no di middle no. He was staying with my grandma in Dadiasi, so I was staying with my senior brother in Edra. So my grandmother passed away, so we moved from Edra to Dadiasi. I think so when I came to Dadiasi, I was too young. I started, I think, KG2 or whatever. Yeah. Until from then up to now, even when I come to Ghana, so yeah, maybe starting school or Dadiasi Adventist Preparatory School. It's an SDA school, so yeah. When I'm mommy, so yeah, all be middle 1 year in operation. So anytime we were school, maybe I better check me. Oh, mommy, I was in him. Then times now, mommy so torn by asantemo, gari, beans, and all kind of things, you know. Until so mokas were and I'm free school, my befie. then I will come and take care of the things. No kopim say obeko hospital obeba near the so we jai said aduane no eton na actually later on no amu any ade. So me we JHS I think 2010 that year's Adventist Preparatory School. My mother was staying in the same town, but we didn't stay with her. Not your near grandma neti. Although be a week, a month, can me whom my made that, but still now promo yesterday, but your near grandma now. So me we JHS no. Me call senior high school or that year's Greek senior high school. You trying short I penny das. So in 2011 and 2010 November I admitted here. So I started school in 2010 around October, November, there about.
The young, innocent child she was, she went to her mother one day for money to get books for school, but she was asked to wait until later. The day would not end before things started happening so fast that her heart would be shattered along with it.
So on 1st March 2011, so your course school first year for the course 6 months. So me mama that time no money sane man na only Ghana or the friend no ebi wa ha metro for ne was no to by ne money bi ni ade so ba jeje so oba school more 1st March na ni course 6 months ni practice was school. So I went to her and told her that, Mom, I need money to buy books. No, catch her me say, men train or kojiji ni sika no area. Then now my mom again and say, okay, mate. So okoji ni sika no kofi. Na me so e draw imra eya onwa kosuya kosi obi mo nchen. Na waton after waton ba we ni money ni bibi ewie no. So me call me mama ho wo kwan no be oton ni kosuya no. Ti say me call ye na me ton na mada. Yesi wo kofi nya na me a mante. Ti me nya ne ye na so me kofi ti that dan kwa wa ma miska no. Me ma bisa no pa me kosuko ama ye na me kwa akoje. Nti mendru efie mete kwan ho. Menu fie na boy bi be ka kire me say, "Oh, Doreen, no the what ya ma me na esu se na koma no." Na me say, "Enye sesia na me ma me sorry e kwan ho ya ye se okọ okofie no." No so da ho se na koma nti me dramrika na me call baby ote no. Nti me call ye no no da ho a osu makoma nti be waja me me. Na me so santa ma me yare na me su. Tina me su nti na manfo bebe atwa ne ho ahia na omso o ma so ma obi se onye de onkọ kwan ngofa kambra. Nti me ba bontin na aka ne duru wo se omo be fa me maame atoka ni maka hospital no. At once na me maame aja su no onsu bi. That means she was gone. So omodene to ka ni mu duru afidase na then time so me ho hospital ni ho. So omodene to ka mu duru afidase no mu duru doctor ne se wa wudada. So na sometimes school mu so me na fofo bi ahan dan wo kwan ti na me no mo wo kwan no me twai se me maame ye de ne beba. Ti me jaho na me hu se me ofa ba ko ye friend back to sender. Ode ne car me maame dato no mo ba ben pe ti me dru omudru me nchen no na sister bi ote area mu eto me maame atare gu me so na me se na maame we na so maame wawu wada car no to ene mi suye ti sada no menti me ande fie ba nkwada me nana ho na mkoka kire me nana se ma nana se ni na esi ene me nana super because onu nkwa ne ba onu nkwa so na ye oba and then me mama so she gave birth to 3 children me nkwa na me ye oba.
As surreal as the death of her mother was, she couldn't just come to terms with it. Confused about what exactly happened, she sought answers from fetish priests on why her young mother had to go so soon.
And let me believe we say me mama will compare die did me mama. And then I make us the same way. Me confirm say no, I don't understand because my mom was just 39 years. No yini or one time ba one me na mo abeka o. Ubeti maka say me nuane a girl ne me man because of one time tino. Omo level na me nuane so wa na ma me so. on sheda nya obi a oye ni patente. So me call comfort say me call me mami won because I don't understand 39 years onye obi a hwe wonyare enye hwe atwans makoma, then she just died.
In the midst of all these struggles, she found a great comfort in her grandmother. Doreen shed tears for her, and this is why.
I think after my mom died, after some months, I think 3 months, around June, so I got pregnant. And I'm so be a me pay school copa, ye be school first day, me go school sa kopim se ye be ma kwan, me too. And ye go school ni nyina no so me na okoko. Nti ne bi wa ha onso omoti koko na wie omuburu. Nti no omuburu na time aso se be kwa kofa be fia. Ye sorry ntembi wa be 4:30 na 4 ni asori ni akofa koko na bansa ni ba be gaba ye nyi late so da. Nti ye be ba no nam na di nso esi so dada. Nti amanso enu kra I don't like say be dwari so because that be enso esi so a ye dwari ko school. Me nana dear, if I was to write a book, I would dedicate that book to her. Why are they? Why better? There be a school fees. School na me kwa nenya by only tier school fees. I will be the first person you meet you school fees. Mandika first term and another term with that. There be MTM school fees. There be even SS impo. There be a first week in India.
She got pregnant, but not even that would stop her from aiming to still complete school.
Aminana, Edekotu obi anim se mahu se kwianyem. Monka nchenze me panacho ma wonyi oyi no owu a wahame. Onim se o maame mewo no ba ko pe na ono nkwanso na ye ma mema ne wo mo de ko baabi ono pe na ewo oba me fan se wo oyo oba wo a oba chichira busu eti misira no monka nchenze mo onyi na misiro ko yi no owu a ebe hame. So me so na me so ma adwebont me am so na menyem bia because na me manage school pass, so I try to abort. But kwano na so dey. Me ya there was so ma. So tie na got two boy nani. Na boy no so sata me cause me no stress e bia. Me na be china too. But my grandmom is not like that. No. Ono ye nipa. So me di nipa ba why is it or arrest you one never me and now I never so let me just school here. So my son name is Kevin Ajaymafu. He was the type one Kasantem, one Antintem. So class I think that right now he's in class 2. As of now he's 9 years old, but he's in class 2.
In school, she reminisces some of the fun moments that have stayed with her till date.
Me will match. Japaninya 6 months I'm starting school. Neja, me call a headmaster no so your friend assistant your friend Mr. Eko. Me call the office. Me call na me show uniform na me show fiatare. Me peja manu say me bom dia no so hold on I know you know say me a common sir. Because me in school mo peni ko nya duro na bodorina. Obi abechiro. Nya duro daddy as up to now on kra no mu school kra. Because I went there to do some donation and that stuff. So me get some so I know so 7% I started school. Also that's good. Yeah. No senior or the budget me form 2. Na first then I'm so okay mate. So gym leja me copy my uniform for near the other. Every afternoon I have to come home and breastfeed my son. Okwe from cry by 1 day so befi. Then I will run home and breastfeed him. My man no for. Just me drew gate to her. And another security men so some people stay around. Maybe I'm telling you it's Zungo to no me. And they know that so I'm not lying. Maybe I want to go home. I'm running away. So me drew so me come me ban for aba. I'm so okay. To me kwa masaba be me kwa masaba be. So now I was a customer. To me do am in cafe no me trip. So some people in our school, some people were gossiping. Hey, Ebi say again we were who. Ebi said so. Some of our mechanism you can't say in front of me. Okay, in front of me. Me na me who ni meka cho. Until nkaka so I couldn't complete it in 2013. Kam no me baby. So we school ni jam. So me started Form 2 once they were in Form 3. So after they completed, the teacher Nibi, your friend teacher Kofi, but me back class. So those people I'm not best starting, they didn't know me. They didn't know me because I didn't start the school with them. So they don't know me. Over class wa also ya American I'm so because my also no ya American so wa I'm just say nyahwe ma wo nyahwe ni ade. Tibu anu de adani agro ni estre. So some teachers were saying, "Oh, don't worry, why are you?" Your friend teacher ni MBY. Side teacher did not change social. He was very good person. MBY. Otiemia then he was a very good person. Also, don't worry, why are they? So in everything, I'll go to him. He will advise me, do this, do that. It's not teachers non-permission because initiative now I put semi school nisa niema mi kofi breastfeeding me banning so now almost permission.
Upon completing school, a relative told her of an opportunity to travel to Kuwait to work as a help, and she jumped for it. The experience in Kuwait, however, will be another big shock to her.
So then time adwuma na no ye no kwaji no na eja ye de kwaya passport. Intino me free Ghana 1st January 2015. Yeah, 1st January 2015 I'm going to Kuwait. And I'm going to work. Again, that's life into and yamana me share hono. In fact, I'm dey bomb me bra. So right now no anything doesn't surprise me anymore. I do maybe I remember be so me coffee different. Me coffee that who Robert 7. Obey then kaka. So me nya 1 year 7 months. Na katuane ye like papa ni betua wokano. I just all the people a dear money so baba I want to send my money. And some wakwa send amount like Bosuminas you have to pay me na anytime no. You have to try to send money to Ghana before he gives you your money. And Madam Funi say one do Ghana free feel. Now I pay Juma Wabonti because a Juma na Wabonti they pay more than when you're in that house. Now me so me share money upo Ghana they will hold me responsible because they nearly a Ghana for we were Ghanaian. So baby Sam say, "Una only baby so show me where she is." Ebi anam so minim baby okọ because Kuwait no a big city. Nti where so dwane am say na dey every ene am be dwane ni enyaye na ye dwane. Na ya pack here niema akosi kwa na ye fampumem. Na ya wawo ye mpabo so ka ni dru ha then na ya tena ka nti egina kwan ho na papa bi dru no say mo kwan na ye say we ko police station. No see yamra no fe yenko ye ba ho na ye say yenko no de ye omuka ne ka adwagu ye so ene e bra ye mpaboa na edremika ti ye kwawo wanya ye ba ye no na chese papa na sesa ye bag na gu ne ka ani ma kohwehwe ye fie wura na de ye ne ma na kwa akwa. So we were roaming about barefooted, no slippers, no shoe, nothing. So what people like I'm not for who I say for we were blacks and your nonsense is from so you can imagine. So they were staring at us like that your copy office being your boy. So I can't don't show you they paid mama. So I think we could fear 1 or 2 or 3. I think 1 or 2 or 3. The second house I acquired so now Menigan and Nina call your friend Star Charlotte. So also yet now bear 1 month is a 2 man years here Johnny. You know so ya connect so yankra you Johnny free you. You Johnny free you 1 year call you see when you my form so check as in your call. See your call if you no see your control Ghana ni back. To me 3. This time around you could share Ghana for 3 Star Charlotte me and Nafisa no you Muslim na sister baako. Me imagine say me ko Ghana me nkotena me nana edem obi nti. The plot na me mother tino. A dime baako no onye toilet and bath with shame mommy. And then she told me that, oh, what you can see so or the toilet and bath with shame like a best saint means for one chair. So I told her, saying, yes, I had a messy 1-bedroom, toilet and bath and kitchen. No, so okay, what it. So now I started a missing kakanka. There was a time now, almost hine, I will be cruel muntino. Musi dying, you know, we are stop it. Na mesi ni, na nama sika koto cement tena. Uwo kumase. Ena on se udru kumase a obesa afa kansa na wakumukuru. Na bra yi ba kumase a cement ten wasesa ton edi. Me train na wan first kana wan first cement ni so am. On time no so no me adwuma na wode ne wo kina wa me adwuma no. Enti na chese msika no so ahye.
Good fortunes do happen in some mysterious ways, and Doreen got hers while still struggling on the streets of Kuwait.
Me oho, and I make classmate back no how you friend Clement. One of friend me messenger, Facebook messenger. Also Doreen, I want to tell you something. This thing you won't believe it, but that's the truth. And I'm so okay, go ahead. No, catch him. So you have won a lottery. I'm the me. A queer for mammy to head. Mentor she minimo beer or true lottery. Minkojina also been some picture and true lottery, mammy. And I have no idea about any lottery. That is, I'm telling you, and to go hunt minim about it. So catch him. So school no. So honestly, we that say the same guy who did my own on a year on also dear man. So I catch them. So you school say you school so you trap pictures the registration. So you know there, you know, I don't want to go into details how he did it. And you mean to me can be great. So I'm so okay, Mate.
Still unable to believe the news, she asked her brother to confirm things for her back home.
Me I'm a catcher, my brother Penny, you know. So uncle onje number no or there any number send him, so he should contact him, then they should figure something out. No, so okay. And from my town to his town is not far, like 10 minutes or 1 hour drive. So my brother went there. No. So when he went there, no, or the letter dress and marine or printing or the man. So your sister, Doreen Abuaje, have won American lottery. Timini and the letter nature, like at once, na I was here gume. Made that for me, but my name is like tears of joy, sir. America, I know nobody here. Minimo bia, me na fufu bia niya. No one my classmate here. Minimo bia also. Like now my confused. So, okay, I'm so okay. So what are we going to do now? So the man said that I have to come to Ghana because I'm a Kuwaiter. Onti minye process now. And you know, uko Kuwaiter. Uba no ejo passport. Eto. Ti ye no no ko send you mo na ko send is ko mo ma ko send you. Ti passport no no. Nti time no so be send is ka di u trading man na no ko send no Western Union. So remember when you journey, so our passport was with the, you know, Baba no. So we couldn't get our passport. And meanwhile, if me go to Yesika major passport, it will be waste because when I come to Ghana, I have to do a new passport and a new birth cert and everything. So, so I went to deportation straight up. So that was, I think, because I remember that neighbor so Nkameba Nyamia Aduma September. They say, oh no, September is too far. Trump may even cancel the lottery and whatever, so they were afraid. I said, okay. Then I will come. So I went to deportation to stay there for like 2 weeks before I came to Ghana. I think 2017. I think it was 27th August, yeah. So when I was coming to Ghana, no, I came with a sheet of paper. My passport and my sheet of paper saying I'm different. So that means I think for next 5 years or 10 years, I can go to Arab country. But that one I don't care. I'm not going to do anything over there. So I came with a sheet of paper. Into the Ghana, no, unim say that month na me ba Ghana, na my age man, na me ba bentu America. Moje no me send name ti says can it be no. Na me koya me passport ne me birth certificate ne ma kitin scan no so. So me ba me catch him na me na so dia wo hu yen epia. So unye scan tu kwai na me de trans na wo we na me de o dia wo say ya me tra hin na me wo. Naija.
With the help of close friends and family, she was able to make her first trip to the United States of America. She has no doubt her kindness in the past have contributed to this generosity from all these people.
Tinka kaka me ban so yade. Your friend Anafo Bako, Brajo Jonathan, or my 10 million. Papa bo ye kromo eja. Okobo paper buy or say kwaje 10 million or me na cousin say 10 million who papers. Me na cousin say Naija your pay a guarantor so then also sign Naija J10. And I think Brad be so high friend Brother Costa. Oh ni okwe ni ndin ko they also send me ska or send me ska. Oh, people help me a lot because on the number one, yes, sometimes don't expect too much from people. When you do good to others. So when I was about to come here, I saw the good deed I did, no, it was coming up. So people helped me. So now me penny no nyada follow Facebook or bagan or by visit. That's why a Black American I can't afford it. So no about only try to take it, mommy. So try to take it no cast will maybe draw and me one met you have. Until me free Ghana 22nd, I think 22nd January 2018. I'm free Ghana. It was in New York, GFK. Nam kosi until me another for the be family. Until me kosi ma me for 4 days because I'm a friend na me ban home Virginia. Or yeah, Juma weekdays. No until me shame to now yes me di her 4 days and son my head. My Virginia till Saturday and my mini another for that sabe family call bus station go try ticket mommy na me free her and back Virginia. So from there no I think I'm going to New York once but so I've been in Virginia for more than 3 years now. So I got 3 years in January 23rd, which is 2021, yeah. So I'm 3 years in America.
Today, she has been able to extend electricity to her grandmother's house for the first time, going on to build her a befitting house to live in.
So me twaswa a dina me see and I'm waiting right now. No, I have finished it. My boss so ya totals. I can't back pay some change will call Sebeya shower no be flow near the.
She speaks of the other things she has been able to achieve that make her a proud daughter.
I think the little achievement in any say all this while first not many money dani edem near ya takwam dani in cement team until na ya da form na sata ye so near Johnson on say yetimi Johnson metimi Johnson abo meyi keten na mo ankitin bi ene na maset sa akokono mabi no ena na on sa ticket ni bi no de na say manfo wu a ye nom de semu no ye bi na na meda so tinga kan right now until ni kro na si dan for motin. But all this while there was no lights. Me free Ghana. Me free Ghana 2018. Me free Ghana. Me free Ghana by American. Me by 2018. That was 23rd January. You know, there was no lights. Same na me do 20 something. No, there was no light. So the first achievement in this say my team actual light. I'm nana at least or the lighting, and at least they say when you're TV. Because all this were about more than 20 years. Minian was 30 something years. 30 something years mean near the soon we need any light. Until first you best there street light, you know. Before me book no matter street light na cinema there. So I compare saying them it bar American and a match light. Nana and I jamato TV I'm on Kevin or Moshe. And a down so my finish it. And Yamian drum. My twice I see Kumase. At least end started that will be my future home. So I want to relax and take time to build that house to my satisfaction. So maybe at least chair there 3 years but my Toland Barco, and I've opened my company Doreen Star IA events, photography, videography, decoration, lighting, open smoke, fireworks, at least. So I'm still planning. In the next 5 years, I have a big project. I have to bring it up. So and I'm a very hardworking girl. I don't depend on men. It doesn't mean I don't deal with men. I deal with men. It has been up and down due to relationship and other stuff.
Hard work, Doreen says, never kills, and she wants this to guide all the young people out there.
And what I want to tell the young ladies, listen, I know said their work is stressful sometimes, but we went through it. And never be why I am and I will be reputing but me, I didn't experience some. But some people frame the story and kasa a bit tram throw a bit so edia yampa. Make us in yampa. Ye ube was yet me kasi and ya kumobi or mutimi be audio be ya kumobi waha. And so near kumobia, you know what I mean. And so near kumobia so almost ya kumobi as later on near Bakaina nipa crony and kuno. Into Kuwait in India, almost say a fan baby, or why, yeah, but also and yet, and Sika was a winyan. You won't get it, say, in Kawa Bonti, and can you get more paid than say, Obidua co agent, wana Yabefu office now, ye Jumamanufi. So, Maminka Wenka, young ladies know when you get pregnant, you shouldn't abort because unim de akwa no obaya ma odachi. And right now I'm proud that Kevin don't know Kasa. Obeka chenze penina ka chenzo na penin ka hwenchen. Obisa questions ankaza. And oyobia or transition and obehu. Ono de nzo okwa class. Na chen ubisa obefie no osu and or say osu no school. But when you give it to him, obetimi aye. But what I'm praying is they should work hard because so you're born one and you don't just say you won't get husband. Or you're born one and also just say that's the end of your world. No. Because Mimia Menina Msako school no. And what I'm proud of me say school now Msako and I'm here 2014. I'm not saying my son is a by mistake child. No. On a day opportunity we buy come here 2013 maybe and come in America. Because by Jim information 2014 and all the years at the man. So there be am kasa akwane na the opportunity na buy tin na na so de me clear na wan clear. Me clear na clear am so wan clear. Wahu on the opportunity we buy me come and name at least my bedroom ha come Ghana come scam the top lot. Come Ghana ka company we nyanu because I'm still young. Come go first days can way. No.
So there's this one thing we keep learning here on The Untold every week in, week out, is that there is always a good price for never giving up. Yet again, the story of Doreen Abuaje has taught us that lesson. Thank you once again for joining us on this edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. There is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com, and also remember to follow us on all social media sites. It's at the GhanaWeb. Until the next time, remember to stay safe and be kind to one another.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.